Qualifying for the total 24 hours of Spa shortly to get underway. Welcome to what's going to be effectively now 4 hours, give or take, of track time. There will be a break in the middle, admittedly, just before we get into the night qualifying session itself. But effectively, 4 hours worth is given over to the GT teams. Now, a chance partly to think about grid positions, partly to cycle through drivers, partly to get the cars absolutely as they want them. But also, bear in mind that the final part of the qualifying comes tomorrow when we have Super Pole. There's the warm-up session. And then there is Super Pole coming after it, and that will determine the top 20 places on the grid. Drivers getting 2 flying laps. The track temperature then has dropped a little bit since we had the pre-qualifying an hour and a half or so ago. Cloud has broken, although we have got 1 or 2 leaden clouds as well hovering over the circuit. David Addison and John Watson trackside ready for the first part of the evening's action to get underway. The qualifying session coming up very shortly, and then, as I say, night qualifying, because the regulations dictate that everybody must do some laps in the dark in preparation for the night shift when we get to Saturday into Sunday of the 24 hours. The 4th round of the Blancpain GT Series Endurance Cup, and of course the Spa 24 hours is an event that dates back to 1924 and has got a long, illustrious list of winners, BMW being the most successful brand in the history of the event. As far as this year's championship is concerned, taking sprint and endurance together, Mirko Bortolotti and Christian Engelhardt have a 4-point advantage over Maxi Buch and Franck Pereira, with Vincent Abril, the Bentley driver, third, having had different co-drivers across different rounds. He's third on his own, ahead of Maxime Soulé, Andy Soucek. Then you've got Stuart Leonard and Robin Frins tied on points, ahead of Andrea Caldarelli, with Jimmy Eriksson next, then Marcus Winkelhock and Victor Scheitar, Davide Rigon and Miguel Molina rounding out the top 10. Will Stevens missing from the event this weekend. Andre Lotterer put into his Audi as an Audi Sport Factory. Come as well before the end of this year, celebrating 25 years of Stefan Rattel organising GT events. If you take the GT Endurance Cup as a standalone competition, it's Bentley looking good by just a point after the win at Paul Ricard. Andy Soucek, Maxime Soulé and Vincent Abril are now a point up on double winners this year. Mirko Bortolotti, Andrea Caldarelli and Christian Engelhardt. Davide Rigon, Victor Scheitar and Miguel Molina come next, ahead of Jimmy Eriksson, Maxi Buch and Franck Pereira. So it is Bentley, Lamborghini, Ferrari and Mercedes in terms of the brands represented at the top of the Endurance Cup Championship. The Spa circuit, a fabulous Grand Prix track, and this is how the lap looks. Away from the start, which will be the endurance pits, you go down towards Eau Rouge with a top speed of over 220 kilometers an hour. Climb up through Radion, speed building, grab 5th gear, flat out, absolutely with your right foot nailed to the boards on the long climb up towards Les Combes, through the right, the left and the right again, down through the gears. It's 6th on the approach, but you've got to drop down through the gears before you turn down through Bruxelles, Speaker's Corner, and into the so-called double gauche at Pouhon, which is a 4th gear, long left-hander. In seasons past, get it wrong there, you'd be on the grass. Now it's run off tarmac, down through the Pif Paf, then towards Campus, and the Courbe Paul Frere. 4th gear, 194 kilometers an hour, brings you up to the dauntingly fast Blanchimont corner, and that in turn is taken at the north side of 250 km, again flat in 6th, before heavy braking for the end of the lap down to the bus stop chicane. It's a right, it's a left, and then you blast over the timing line and down towards La Source. The hairpin, which again is heavy braking, it's an overtaking opportunity, but it's also an opportunity to get it wrong and make a real mess of it. And if you do, the likelihood is that cars will collect you, and then you blast down again past the endurance pits, down towards Eau Rouge once more. The start line for the race will be where you're looking now, in fact, at the bottom of the hill, on the run down towards Eau Rouge. That's where the grid will form, and the start of the race with a national flag will be given. But the timing line is, of course, the F1 pits. They're the Timo Bernhardt Porsche with Michael Christensen, Kevin Estre and Laurens Vanthoor as the drivers getting ready to go, as we are about to embark on an hour and 15 minutes of qualifying. And John, it's great to have competitive Porsches in the overall competition.
I'd like it to be a bit more competitive. It only ended up 19th.
Yeah, but, you know, pre-qualifying,
really,
read into that what you will.
There are so many people in the same situation. When I was talking to Adam Christodoulou before I came in, so how was it? He said, oh, you know, we're struggling. I said, but you didn't run new tyres, did you? Well, yeah, we did, but Hjalmar Berman, who was in the car at the time, got delayed, so the story is the usual story. finding a clear lap when you've got the freshest of rubber, new tyres, whichever. But it's the same for everybody. And actually, the session that we had, that sort of pre-qualifying session, just over an hour and a half ago, the conditions I thought were pretty fair, pretty ideal. Temperature was good, track temperature was good, humidity a bit on the high side, but that gives you a little bit more downforce. I mean, it's probably only about a kilogram or so, but nevertheless, worth having. That's the car that was quickest overall, the number 63.
The Lamborghini Huracan with this V10 engine, and Mirko Bortolotti doing the time. That story you're recounting about Adam Christodoulou, I had a similar thing from Matt Griffin saying we're struggling with the balance of the car, and half a second, you find 20-odd places you can look a real hero as soon as you get that sweet spot on the balance.
Well, that was, I think, the essence of what Adam Christodoulou was saying, that they haven't really got the car dialed in. We got it a bit better towards the end of the session, but they're all scratching their heads and wondering, where's the balance gone, where's the performance gone? Well, I mean, inevitably, different track conditions to when teams ran here a couple of weeks ago, certainly a lot cooler in relative terms than it was 2 weeks ago. And some days tracks are just, whatever, a combination of ambient temperature, track temperature. I think they're pretty good, but obviously it's not reflecting in everybody's overall performance.
But now, of course, we are going to see people go for a proper lap time. Is it going to come at the start, or is it going to come at the end when it's even cooler?
It's going to come when you get a clear lap.
If you get a clear lap.
If you get a clear lap. I mean, actually, whether it happens, that's still working away in the McLaren, it'll happen really for the driver-car pairing that can get out when he can get literally that flying lap on a fresh or a new set of rubber, and it's a clean lap where he can drive the car without having the difficulty of worrying about cars near you, cars that are coming in, or catching a car as you come out of La Source to begin your flying lap, another car that's just about to go on to his flying lap, or go on his out lap anyway. And that's always the frustration on the circuit. Rob Bell can't say Ben Barnicoat or Rob Bell are looking enthralled.
No, they know they've got a problem, and it had a problem, we thought, with power steering perhaps, and a leak in that earlier session. There's the Orange One Team Lazarus Lamborghini good to go. 63 cars we have, and already we've got a car, will you believe, under investigation for an infringement even before the session has started. And number 97, which is the Oman Racing Team Aston Martin, was on the fast lane before the message came to say the fast lane was open. So Tom Ferrier's team, there you can see at the head of the queue, eager to get out.
I suppose, but
yeah, it's possibly going to cop a penalty.
Yeah, just a minute, looking down to see where the McLaren Rob Bell was. It's somewhere in the middle 40s. The sister car, the 59 car, was 43rd. I mean, way off. Yeah, Ben Barnicoat, Rob Bell, Koen Ledegaard, 49th. Time of 2:21.8, 2.3 seconds slower than the quickest time. But that might as well be 2.3 years, frankly, because if you can't find a way to dial the car in, you're just going to lose time hand over fist.
Absolutely. Saw a moment ago Josh Cahill, number 3 Audi, ready to go. Giancarlo Fisichella, Marco Giucci, James Collado, the 3 drivers there of the AF Corsa run Kaspersky Ferrari, with the Alessandro Pierguidi, passing La Florence, Michele Rugolo car alongside it. A regular pace setter that, but what can we expect from Fisichella here? He started here in qualifying for the Belgian Grand Prix, didn't he? A good few years ago.
A few years ago. I mean, I would think, I'm only imagining that out of the 3 drivers, that James Collado is the one that's most likely to give the kind of performance that would see the 50 Ferrari further up the grid. Giancarlo, a wonderful driver, but in an age now where maybe that sort of very acute edge of speed that he enjoyed all the way through his single-seater racing career maybe is on display quite so frequently.
Nick Homerson good to go in 53, number 16 Mercedes from the Pro-Am competition, the Oliver Morley, Miguel Toril, Maxi Goetz, Marvin Kirchhoff combination. This is a fascinating lineup. Maxi Goetz we've seen go strongly in DTM and of course win in Blancpain, and he's come back into GT racing this year as the green flag is waved to Marvin Kirchhoff, somebody who got as far as GP2. So he's another impressive young German driver as the green flag is shown and qualifying gets underway. Now we're going to have an indication of who is quick as we get ready for this year's Total 24 Hours of Spa. The Ferrari from Rinaldi Racing heads down the pit lane.
Now what you have is a rush of cars all going out, whether they're on the tyre they finished the previous session on, just to get a sense of where the track is, whether they're gone on new tyres. I would imagine most of them have gone with the tyre they finished the previous session to get that sense, then come in. But, you know, okay, it's an hour and 14 minutes to go. Obviously, the prime objective is to get into the top 20 for the shootout. That's really where everybody who is in the pro category, but there will be some pro-am cars which have got a very quick pro behind the wheel. They'll also be in that mix.
The other major consideration, of course, is to get through this without any damage, so the teams don't have terribly long a night and an arduous morning before that warm-up session. In theory, the times ought to come towards the end when it's a bit cooler, but of course the light fades. But as John has already made the point, traffic is going to play such a part in this that it doesn't matter what your plan is, you are utterly dependent on cars around you.
Yeah, I mean, to me, you've just got to take the chances as they're offered up. If you go out and you've got to say fresh rubber or pretty young rubber and you've got a clear lap, you've got to maximise that potential, because when you come back in and you put on your new set of tyres, you may not get that second opportunity.
Yeah, indeed. So there you can see the great diversity that we have in the field. We'll start thinking about lap times not at the end of this, but at the end of the next lap, the first flying lap. And it is the 97 Aston Martin that has led them out. Johnny Adams shown as being behind the wheel of it. And the Aston Martin factory driver who has starred this year in Blancpain, in British GT, at Le Mans, winning his class, is looking to another good weekend here. Number 90 Mercedes from the Acura ASP squad, Raffaele Macchiello at the wheel of it. So far, pretty much everybody suggesting they're going to stay out and do a run rather than head for the pit lane. So it is a case of getting on with it, putting in a time, rather than thinking about an insulation lap. So Johnny Adam, potentially, John, will be the driver that offers up the target time.
Absolutely, and Johnny Adam, as we've seen throughout the season, I remember Monza earlier in the year in the 3-hour endurance there, just what a stunning stint he did when he actually had fastest race lap set towards the end of the race. And one of the more memorable moments, I think, for Johnny, and certainly for, I think, all those that were there to watch it. Time they're going to focus on will be the time set by the 63 Lamborghini, 2 minutes 19.435. So it'll take a little while for the cars on track to get anywhere near that, unless somebody has opted for a set of tyres and got that clear lap and just got their head down and set a time.
So purple sectors, it's the first car to go through the beams. So this is the first proper flying lap being pieced together that you're looking at. But behind, is anybody going to go even faster? Well, we'll start to see when they cross the line and the times start to shuffle around. Johnny Adam, as I say, will set the benchmark lap. You've got behind, though, in the queue, intriguingly, have a look at 911 and 912, the two Porsches, because Mark Lieb and Sven Müller are the two drivers. Mark Lieb, reigning WEC champion, Sven Müller, Porsche Super Cup and Carrera Cup Deutschland champion, so two very quick Porsche pedalers. As through Fania now goes Johnny Adam, as I say, with the lap heading to briefly the fastest. It may well be that others go faster, not to suggest that Johnny is slow, far from it, but as others for the next hour and 10 minutes come through, the order will shuffle, but he'll set the target out of the Cour Paul Frere now, speed building.
Yes, I mean, the times are irrelevant because while it is his first flying lap, it's a lap still that I would consider to be just a building lap, and he hopefully will, when he comes across the line at the end of this run, will then have the chance, but with traffic ahead, that's the worst scenario for the car that was first onto track some 3 or 4 minutes ago. Let's see what he does on this first flying lap, get an indication as to where the Aston Martin is at the beginning of this session, and where these times relate to what we saw. Well, a 2:18.9. Wow. Well, how right was I about that?
Absolutely. How's that for your opening shot? He was only 33 thousandths quicker, though, than Raffaele Macchiello. So Raffaele not hanging around in the Mercedes either. Number 50 Ferrari here is Alessandro Pierguidi. This ought to be pretty decent. And then you've also got, lower down in the times, 1:17, Lawrence Van Thor, having done two absolute bests, but actually only fourth quickest, 2:19.
Well, in the space of that opening lap, we've got 3 cars who have broken into the 2-minute 18-second barrier. And I was looking at Johnny Adam and the Aston Martin, and the car didn't look quick, principally because he had a lot of grip. He didn't need to horse the car around. The car was doing the job before him, and a lap, it's half a second quicker than we saw from the earlier session this afternoon, the time of the 63 Lamborghini. So first driver to break into the 2:18 by 33 thousandths of a second.
And of course, there are plenty yet still to do a lap time. So you're looking at number 9, Bentley. This has got Jordan Pepper at the wheel of it, the South African driver, former German GT champion, Sirocco Cup winner, and driving, yes, a Bentley, but not an M Sport run car. This is an Abt entry, Hans-Jürgen Abt. We did have a spell, of course, where there was C Abt racing, Christian Abt, but this is his brother, who, of course, has had great success, still does, with Audi in the DTM. But now having this Bentley effort as well. They ran the car at the Nürburgring 24 hours. It ended up with damage and didn't really cover itself in glory. Better fortune sought here, down towards Pouen.
Just watching the Bentley as it came up into Les Combes, there was already a little compromise and the change from turning right to left. He was slightly offline and consequently will have lost a little bit of time on this lap. But really, his focus is very much now going to be in those cars directly ahead of him. And of course, he's got cars beginning to gang up on him from behind as the 90 Mercedes makes its way into the final 2 turns. Fastest middle sector.
Looking good, isn't it, for Raffaele Marciello? We're now getting lap times cancelled, by the way, for track limits. We'll come to those in a moment as Marciello goes fastest, 2:18.562. So the cancelled lap times are coming, first of all, from McLaren, which is 59. So that is...
Not Andrew Watson again, please.
Well, it's the Watson, Jafar, Peter Scott. Peter Scotthorst who's done the transgression. And also 51, which is Pro-Am, isn't it? And that is the Motoaki, Bontempelli, Beretta, Castellacci, Ferrari. Who is in that? Oh, Olivier Beretta, he should know better.
Indeed he should.
Now, how did the Abt Bentley get on? Jordan Pepper in traffic at the moment, so he's 33rd fastest, 2:21.926 the time.
Yeah, I mean, he's got the traffic issue, but as I mentioned just a minute ago, up at Les Combes, it looked a little bit as if he overran the entry and then had to make a correction, which caused him to have that hesitation, and then whether that then was a bearing on the rest of the lap. It didn't look maybe as polished as some of the laps we saw from that number 9 Bentley in the earlier session. But things beginning, and we've now got the number 8 Bentley, Maxime Soulet, 0.2 of a second behind, but a 2:18.8. So Bentley, the number 8 rather than the Abt run number 9, showing strongly indeed.
And we also have Johnny Adam in the Aston Martin, having done an absolute best in the first sector. So he's absolutely on it. You're looking at number 2 Audi now hustling on. And this car yet to deliver a proper flying lap, but it should come this time through. We've also got more drivers being warned about track limits, but it is at the wheel of number 2, which is the Team WRT car in the entry. Conor De Filippi, Frederic Verviche and Christopher Mies. Verviche at the wheel of it.
For all you Johnny Adam fans out there, or Aston Martin fans, middle sector time, almost 2 seconds down on the current fastest. So Johnny must have met a bit of traffic in the middle sector. So having recorded fastest overall sector 1, the lap has effectively been pretty much cancelled out.
Indeed so. Now, we've not yet had everybody out there. Still quite a few that haven't ventured out, interestingly. Riding on board with Maxime Soulet then. This is the car that's now 3rd fastest because Frederic Verviche in the WRT car. WRT Audi went 2nd last time. Of course, they had great success. Did Mies and De Filippi in the Nürburgring 24 hours for land, but they've been drafted across to WRT here. It's a Belgian team, Belgian race. Soulet then up towards the Cours Paul Frère now.
Yep. And Johnny Adam actually has bailed out of this lap. He's gone into the pits. Clearly he recognised he had lost so much time. There was no point in flogging a horse as we look at inside the Bentley team. So just a little bit of tension on the face of Andy Soucek. Just sort of, you could feel that, you know, that's all in the control of Maxime Soulet currently. That car is 3rd quickest. Maybe Andy Soucek will be in the car a little bit later, but he's no intention right now standing in his civvies, just keeping an eye Maxime Soulet back out of that big time to get his car positioned, to get the maximum thrust out of turn 19, but he's got the Ferrari, the Kasparov Ferrari, and he also just let it go up the inside. Was that the 888 by any chance? Might have been the 888 Ferrari.
Now there in the background is one of the two Nissans that was strong in the earlier session in pre-qualifying.
Way offline. I mean, well and truly off the track.
Davide Rigon led in number 72 Ferrari, hustling on. He's 15th. Stephen Kane's just gone 14th in number 7 Bentley. And Mirko Bortolotti, number 63, absolute best in the last sector.
Yeah, and that's indicative of what Marco Bortolotti, it's the lap that he's going on to now, which will be his 3rd flying lap. So I would expect to see, when he goes through the timing and scoring on his 3rd flying lap, to see certainly green, if not a purple.
Now, there's the threat of rain, apparently, and it might even have started spitting at certain parts of the circuit. So if you've not done your banker lap, you could be in a bit of strife here.
Not good if you're sitting back waiting, and there it is. And this is atypical. I mean, where we are at the commentary booth, we can see blue sky. It's broken cloud, but somewhere around the racetrack there is enough rain that the... Oh! And I wonder, is it up at turn 18 and 19?
That's Davide
Again, the
Rigon
Nissan runs very wide. There's no obvious puddle. We saw the raindrops in the puddle, but maybe just coming up to turns 18 and 19. We saw that happen at the tail end of last year's event when it was a monsoon storm and it was horrendous. So Bortolotti didn't get a good run up through Sector 1 on that lap of 39.6. So the best time is a 39.0, so 0.6 of a second down. And that first sector, undoubtedly, having to deal with was one of the Bentleys. So whether that was a car that was on an out lap and had to get out of the way, but it clearly had an effect on what Mirko Bortolotti had hoped to achieve.
Lap times are being cancelled now for the dreaded track limit abuse. It's not actually affecting the front of the grid just yet. If it does, we'll start worrying about it a bit more. But for now, drivers are told that there is a wet track and they need their lights on. And there the reliveried 63 Lamborghini comes down towards the bus stop. Mirko Bortolotti then, does he stay out? He does. So nobody feeling as yet that it's worth bailing for the pit lane, and certainly it's not worth thinking about changing tyres if they can brave it out for a corner.
The thing you have to really do is look skyward as best as you can out of a GT car. Look around you. If you see the spectators all of a sudden putting umbrellas up, and just keep an eye on your own windscreen. That will give you an indication as to what the weather is doing. But what happens at Spa is it comes down in a deluge rather than coming down in a light little sprinkle.
So new slicks go on the Mercedes. Alex Fontana behind the wheel of it, ex-McLaren racer. The former GP3 driver good to go again, and that's in the endurance pits, so downhill he will head.
Yeah, quite keen, I think, to get out because they realise that there might well be more than just that little momentary drop of rain falling as the Jaguar makes its way round through Fagnes and Emile Frey, Albert Costa behind the wheel. Just we're talking generally about what Emile Frey Racing will be running in the future. There are not concerns. There's rumour. I've been part of that rumour mill that the Lexus program, which is something that is a work in progress, could be a product that could be run by Emile Frey Racing.
Which will be interesting to see. Another brand come into GT3 racing. Honda announced its intention to come into GT3 in Europe, and indeed a global program in a car that we've seen in America. That was unveiled in the paddock at lunchtime, and so Honda and the NSX is set to join the mass ranks of GT3 manufacturers across Europe in the future. There over the timing line goes Albert Costa and the Emile Frey Jaguar. More and more cars heading for the pit lane. Now, that might be because they want to cycle through drivers. Equally, it might be that they just want to see what the elements do before they commit to the next part of the program in this session.
Well, some of them will have meteorologists attached to the team, or they might even be listening to some of the state radio weather forecasts, which sometimes can be quite accurate. Check it on the internet, see if there is a pattern of weather coming over the circuit, and just under an hour of the session remaining, get out and get something solid that you can be comfortable with.
So how is the Jaguar getting on? The Big Cat is 14th at the moment, number 14. Albert Costa at the wheel. Daniel Junqueira, the Spaniard, in the Mercedes-AMG Team Acura ASP car. In other words, it's a sort of factory-supported effort. That's wriggling through the bus stop. Junqueira with 2 personal bests to his name. 10th at the start of this lap. He's about to come over the line and goes 3rd fastest, 2:18.749.
Anybody who's thinking about it, get out on track now.
Yeah.
And one car that is out on track and has marginally improved is the 63 Lamborghini, because again on his last lap in the final sector, the 63 Lamborghini was fastest overall, and he's done a personal best in sector 1, so expect to see a little further improvement from the 10th placed 63 Lamborghini of Mirko Bortolotti, unless he hits traffic.
But equally, there's not, relatively speaking, that much traffic around at the moment, because I would suggest there are probably more in the pits than on the circuit.
There could be one car on the racetrack aside from yourself, and I guarantee you'll catch
You'll find it,
and
yeah.
you'll get caught
Yeah.
behind it, because either the driver won't be paying attention or he doesn't see why he should get out of the way.
Well, Costa's got a free ride here, hasn't he?
Yep.
And better in the first, down in the second sectors. So can it be a really stellar 3rd to try and help his lap time?
Could be good enough to see a top 10, possibly. How much difference the middle sector time was to his previous best, it's probably only a few hundredths of a second, so he comes up, stays 14th, so no improvement. I beg your pardon, he goes up to 6th. There is an improvement. We're looking at his number on the car, number 14, up to 6th place for the Jaguar, so Albert Costa will be happy with that. Still waiting to see where the 63 Lamborghini is. Again, middle sector getting caught. There he is coming through Blanchimont. A little bit of traffic, one car directly ahead. Won't really come into play. It's not going to be close enough to affect his entry, and he's very deep and very late in the brakes and throws it away and decides that that's the opportunity I want to come into the pit lane. If he hadn't made that error, he would have continued on the lap, but he realised, I've blown it. The middle sector was slightly compromised. Get into the pits, fight another session, another run, another set of tyres, please. So, Kaspersky, Ferrari, James Collado. So what is the young Brit? Ooh, James, where are you going? That's not the racetrack. Wow, he's going off racetrack. What is he doing? Oh, that's an interesting. That'll get a bit of notification on our timing and scoring. But in many ways, having found himself compromised, what he did was the right thing. He kept the car running as straight as possible. He had tarmac to run on, so obviously his lap's been blown, but at least it allows him the chance to ensure he didn't do any damage to the car, to the tyres, by trying to be aggressive and bringing it back onto the racetrack.
Now remember, it's the top 20 that will go through to Super Pole. So if you're 21st and back, barring any grid drops, that will be your position. The top 20 fight it out. They go onto the track in reverse order for their flying laps tomorrow evening.
The last lap from James Collado actually is his fastest lap, and he puts him up to 8th place. But because it was way off circuit, I suspect that lap could well be deleted. Into Pujo, you could just almost see Patrick Cudula. He really took a big punt coming into Pujo. The back of the car was just teetering on the edge of giving up grip. But the Finns don't seem to mind edgy, nervy cars.
That's
it seems
true.
to be something, maybe it's the quality of ice they have in Finland, that they just have this innate sense of balance, and just they don't think about it. They let the car move around. We do this from childhood.
And Cuyler has really proved to be a star in Lamborghini since he moved into the Super Trofeo and then GT racing from the GP3 Championship. That was his last single-seater season, having done Formula Renault, and part of Mark Lemmer's Barwell team that's looking for 3 Pro-Am wins on the bounce. That car accelerating its way now up towards the bus stop, and you can see that the light is fading because the headlights are getting ever brighter. Into the braking zone, right and then left. They will turn up towards the timing line now. So Raffaele Marciello's Mercedes still has the top time. We've had the first major chunk of the session. It was an hour and a quarter at the start. We've got 54 minutes left, and the track is now busier. I think I'm right in saying that everybody now has ventured out, including the two BMWs there. You can see 98 wriggling its way up through the traffic.
And getting royally held up by the Nissan, who was just putting himself into position. And I'm sure there'll be a few looks of a shake of the head there inside the BMW garage, and finally gets up alongside the Nissan. If this is always, when you get so many cars on the racetrack, everybody's doing what they need to do for themselves, and there are occasions when, in that instance, maybe the Nissan could have backed out of it when he saw the BMW coming before they got into the final two turns. It wouldn't have affected the Nissan, but it certainly would have assisted the BMW.
James Colado's lap deleted for track limits at turn 15. Good spot, John, as predicted. Well done.
That'll hurt.
It will.
That'll hurt.
Got to do it all over again.
Yeah, but he knew as soon as he went wide that was going to be a deleted lap.
So Marco Zanettini you're looking at the moment in 888, which is one of the AM Cup cars. Indeed, it's the AM Cup pole sitting car at the moment. This Ferrari that is shared with Jack Driver, David Perel and Nicky Cadai. Down through Pont goes the 888 Kessel Racing run Ferrari. He's got himself in traffic there, and he's getting in the way of the McLaren a little bit.
He's getting mullered really between the Audi and the McLaren. Certainly not running anywhere near the same commitment and speed as it came through Pont. So the Audi got by, then the McLaren was really right up the rear, now the Lamborghini as well. So the Ferrari is just maybe trying to keep out of the way, do the best they can. And if you're running towards the tail of the field currently, that car's in 39th position, which is not at the tail of the field.
No, not at all.
By any means.
It's fastest in class. Zanettini not inexperienced. Right, we've got more lap times disappearing. 98 BMW, which I think has got Nick Katzberg at the wheel of it, former winner of the event. He's lost a lap time now. And we've only got two, Lucas Ordóñez and Philippe Eng, that have not yet done a lap time. So gradually, everybody is being shaken out, putting in a banker lap. But actually, with a fair chunk, 20 minutes or so gone, it's a bit late for a banker. You've got to get on with it now. Hustle, hustle.
Turn 17, that's where we saw the BMW of Nicky Katzberg being penalised. And just watching Fred Vavish still in second place. Well, just a tenth and a bit of a second behind the quickest overall time. Not going to be an improvement on this particular lap at 2:18.6. Saying that, it was almost, in fact, it was an improvement. Strange, because we're not seeing any purples. We saw one green, but that final sector must have been also a green. It doesn't show green on screen, but whatever it was, it's brought him within, well, it's shaved about 0.004 of a second off the differential between fastest and now second. So that was a good run from Fred Vavish. Again, it didn't give any indication watching it that it was going to be a quick lap.
No, indeed, he got on with the job, didn't he? 2:18.6. Of course, he knows the team, knows the car, knows the circuit. Right, you're on board now with Lucas Ordóñez.
Ooh, Lucas. I think it was just a little bit cautious as he came over the top of Radio, took a big chunk, and he's pulled over to the right, and he knows that this lap has been again compromised. Let's cars go through. So he's out of it altogether, and I think that was, he knew it when he came up over Radio. He was way too far offline. Compromise already set in, so just decided I'm not going to do any more. His fourth gear, doing 120 for the speedometer. You can see building up how quickly the speed builds up on these GT3 cars coming down into Bruxelles, and really all he will do now is just try to keep out of the way of these two Ferraris as they can't decide which one's going to go first into which corner.
One of the elements of the paddock this weekend, which has been buzzing, is about yet another brand to be represented on a GT3 grid, and it is Honda. Stefano Fini from Jazz Motorsport, who's the project leader, effectively the design chief of this marvellous looking car, joins us. Welcome to GT3 racing. It's going to be great to have Honda on the grid, isn't it?
Hello, David. Yes, we look forward to have our new car next year here at Spa and possibly fight for the win.
Now, it was shown to the paddock earlier on, and I think a great reception. Everybody seems to like the look of it and is very excited, because you're not here just to, as we say in English, make up the numbers. You're here to win.
Yeah, exactly. Well, today was the first announcement to the European market. As you may know, the car has been already racing in the United States. It's a winning car. We won at Watkins Glen, we won at Detroit, we make some other podiums. and the car actually was leading 27% of the time at Daytona 24 hours at its debut. So we are quite happy. It's a winning machine already, and we hope that will be successful in the European and Asian market.
Have you already got a program in mind for next season, for Blancpain and domestic championships, or will you be driven by customer teams buying the cars and then choosing to run them?
Well, we as Just Motorsport, we are global partner of Honda, and the plan is to build an initial batch of 12 cars, which will be delivered from October until end of February next year. And so we plan to equally distribute these cars among Asia, Europe, and the United States. So we hope these cars to be competing in the Blancpain here in Europe, GT Asia, and in all major championships around the world.
And would you run them 18 yourself, or would you make sure they go to different customer teams?
No, normally we will not run the car ourselves. We don't want to compete against our customers. So our mission is to build cars, sell cars, and provide an efficient and successful customer service to our teams. So that's the key point of the success of a GT3 car, which is a customer car, not a works car.
Sure. And in terms of Honda, we tend to think more perhaps touring cars, your success in the World Touring Car Championship, titles in the British Championship, for example. What's been the attraction now to come into GT racing?
Well, it's definitely a new challenge. We have a long tradition with touring cars and especially front-wheel drive. This is a new milestone for our company. It's the first rear-wheel drive and the first real GT car, which is now being built at YAS, so definitely a new challenge. And this comes in a very successful era for GT3 racing around the world, which I think is the most successful customer racing in the world.
Next year, come and see us when you've got a car in this qualifying session. We'll see how it's going. Stefano, good luck with the project. Thank you very much for joining us. And we wish Honda great success in GT3. And it's going to be, as I say, great to have yet another brand on the grid for next year. And Honda, as I say, with a great pedigree in touring car racing, it has had an SX project in the past at Le Mans, for example, but it's going to be great to see an additional brand on the grid for the future. And it just illustrates, doesn't it, the continuing growth and success of GT3, that season on season, here's another, the grid just gets bigger and bigger.
Yeah, I mean, never forget that Honda is the company that produces the largest number of internal combustion engines in the world. I mean, motoring cars is only one little part. And the expertise that the company has, and in the hands of Jazz, no doubt, in terms of doing the track development and working the car to suit the nature of the circuits that predominantly it's going to race on here in Europe, because the Acura program running in the States. I mean, America's got some absolutely magnificent racetracks.
Yes.
But they're different to, certainly running here at Spa. This is a Grade 1 FIA circuit. Many of the circuits that Blancpain Sprint and Endurance GT runs on are Grade 1 FIA circuits. So there are small differences, but it will be great to see the Honda. And I'm just wondering, now the car has been presented, how many drivers will be slipping up quietly and just slipping a business card into somebody's pocket and say...
When this was launched at lunchtime, like many, I was there with my phone taking pictures, and a mate of mine from Motorsport News in the UK sent me an email which said, go and get me a front angle picture of the car. So I dutifully trotted off, and when I got there was a man in Bentley overalls standing next to it chatting. Won't tell you which one, but you're right, people are already thinking of their own futures. And it's going to be a competitive program, because Jazz has a great pedigree with Honda.
Unquestionably. And I mean, the NSX, the Honda brand, I mean, it's the first time, certainly as far as I can remember, where there's been a Honda, a GT car, which is a GT3 incarnation, racing with the commitment that we're now going to see in 2018. And, we know when Honda dominates, they can be exceptionally difficult to beat. And I'm sure they will not run that car if it's anything other than ultra competitive.
It's going to be great, as I say, to have another brand that you could argue an affordable brand. Not everybody can afford a Mercedes or a Porsche or a Bentley, but perhaps a Honda is perceived as being a more affordable brand, and it's a less elitist brand. And
the road version of the NSX is a hybrid. It's not this is just a straight internal combustion engine. So it would be very difficult, I think, to find a BOP for a hybrid car. I mean, you get into the levels of LMP1 or Formula One, and the extreme complexity, but more the extreme cost elements. But another element of all this will be, well, what will be the price point for a GT3 Honda NSX? Because that also is, you know, important, because if you're looking for quasi-factory teams to run these cars, they have to buy them. They'll do deals, obviously, for a parts deal, and then they'll secure drivers, some of whom will be employed, some of whom may be paying drivers. And also, still a question I would like to ask, if you follow the example of all the other major brands that are running in Blancpain Sprint and Endurance GT3, will there be centrally contracted Honda drivers who will come and compete in Europe? Because there are those drivers that are racing in North America, there are those drivers that are competing. Look, Jenson Button raced in Japan the other day in a Honda NSX in a slightly different configuration. But you never know. You might see gents rocking up one of these days.
That would be good, wouldn't it? Now, how about this? You're riding on board number 1 Audi. This is a proper lap of the circuit. Down through the Piff Paff, through Fagnes he turns. And this is René Rast at the wheel.
Well, we know there's nobody really any better behind the wheel of an Audi. It doesn't look particularly comfortable. Coming through Campus, the back end was unstable, a little bit of oversteer. Better through the Courbe of Paul Frere, building up speed. Of course, the downforce will build as well, that'll settle the car down. But you know, it's still a big commitment to turn into Blanchimont and take that completely flat out. So waiting to see what the number 1 Audi, René Rast's last lap, or best lap was a 2:19.3. His last lap was a 2. Well, that was his best lap, and he's come into the pits. So René Rast has done a time. He's 18 quickest. He's inside the top 20, and Marcel Fassler stands around. Looks, well, he's not really getting ready to get into a car. Those look pretty new or fresh-ish tyres on the number 5. Then we go back. See this gaggle of cars. Bentley, oh, don't like that. That was certainly a very quick switch from right back to left, and the 888, the Ferrari, had to step sideways to get out of the way. The 488, that was the Rinaldi Racing. So the Bentleys, you know, it wasn't going to take a prisoner. So Pierre Herrat comes across the line. Lap time 2 minutes 30, not a relevant lap time, and I'm sure there's plenty of good reasons.
All 63 cars are now out on or have been out on track. Circuit getting busier as more and more are shaken out of the pit lane. That rain never came to anything, did it? Which is a sigh of relief all round for the teams. As you look at the 188 McLaren, which is the car in the hands of Chris Harris, Alexander West, Chris Goodwin, and British GT champion of years past Bradley Ellis, and it's got the hugely experienced Chris Goodwin behind the wheel.
Indeed, indeed, and apparently McLaren have got even further exciting plans for something beyond the P1, or so the internet rats are saying. Whether to be eligible as a GT3 racer is another issue, but Chris Goodwin is very much involved in the development of the products, and they seem to be coming pretty thick and fast out of Woking these days. All fundamentally variations, but I think it's the 720 is the most recent incarnation, and I think that's now the first of the whole McLaren family of cars that has deviated from the original, as McLaren described it, the monocell, the carbon fiber chassis, which was made in a unique fashion rather than the usual layup that you have to do with a carbon fiber chassis. It was a manufactured process than a hand layup.
Now there, Michael Christensen, 12th quickest in the 117 Bernhardt team Porsche 2:19.0. Former Porsche junior, now factory driver, and Michael Christensen pressing on. Salah Yoluch has taken over the TF Sport Aston, incidentally, which is still the fastest in Pro-Am, and it's 5th in the times. Johnny Adam for Super Pole. It's a real possibility, isn't it? Team manager of the 188 McLaren and driver Chris Goodwin to the stewards after the session. Chris, what have you done?
Oh, Chris, you're not that type of person, are you?
No, quite.
No. Chris would never be doing it. It's like somebody dropping one in the classroom and not saying, no, it wasn't me, a teacher.
There you go, an insight into John's school days. Chris Goodwin then, he's up to see the beak before his night is done.
But he'll go up there and he'll have this permanent grin, you know, it wasn't me, mate, it wasn't me.
Angelic little smile,
Yeah,
not me, Gav. So, the hugely experienced Chris Goodwin. We have an improvement from James Collado, third fastest in the Ferrari, and an absolute best in the last sector to go with it. Christensen's being a bit stuck here, isn't he, behind Chris Goodwin? But James Collado is absolutely flying.
Yeah, I mean, James Collado has found the clearer lap. He's within just over a tenth of a second of the fastest time, which still stands to Raffaele Marcello, and that was done on his third lap. The car's only done 4 laps in total, so either they've got a problem or they're sitting back waiting for their time to be beaten. I think it's indicative of what the team are doing. They're not going to run unnecessarily. They've clearly got a car that's got good out-and-out pace. Interested to see if the Porsche can get up inside Chris Goodwin coming up into... Give it up, Chris, give it up. Oh, and that was a bit of an aggressive... Yeah, I mean, because Chris Goodwin was on the outside, he could afford to brake that little bit later. The Porsche being on the inside had to brake that little bit earlier because it had a more acute turn. So now the Porsche 117 has apparently got a relatively clear piece of racetrack ahead. No, his car's coming out, going in, coming out, going in.
Discussions in the pit garage at Audi. Incidentally, just to highlight how the BOP is working at the moment, we've got the top 30 cars covered by less than a second. The top 30 are covered by 0.975 of a second.
I don't think that's good enough. I think we should have the top 40. You know, I mean, I thought we had a competitive race series. I mean, it's ridiculous. It just confirms how successful the BOP is. It confirms how successful GT3 racing, and in particular the Blancpain GT Sprint and Endurance Championships are. And I mean, how frustrating would it be to be 38th, knowing that you're going to start just outside midway in the grid, and you're within just under a second of pole position.
I know, as you say, it's insane, isn't it? How's number 4 Mercedes getting on in the background? Jelmer Berman is at the wheel of it, 14th fastest.
Yeah, this is the car that Adam Christodoulou was sharing, or is sharing, and they indicated they weren't totally happy with the car's ballot. Jelmer Berman looks like he's happier now because he's able to make progress, and he got a reasonably good drive out of the Courbe Paul Frere up the hill. Can we hear whether he's flat or not? Has he backed out of it a little bit? I wonder if he's just trying to find space for himself, and there's 2 cars up ahead and he doesn't want to catch them coming into these final 2 corners.
His sector times are down because of the traffic, and he knows the next lap's going to be blighted as well. So again, it comes back to this traffic management point.
What I believe he's trying to do is, he's got the Nissan directly ahead of him. He might well try, and by backing off where he did and backing everybody up that was behind him, to get a good run out of La Source, get a good run down the hill, get through Eau Rouge and up over Radillon, and hopefully might pick up something of a slipstream from the Nissan. But we know just how quick that Nissan is in a straight line. So you're having to think not just about what you're doing behind the wheel, but think about, well, there's the gap between the Nissan and the Mercedes was the best part of 150 or 60 yards. Enough just to get a sniff of bit of aerodynamic benefit, but now the whole issue will be resurrected because he's going to come up behind the slower of these. I think is it the Lamborghini. So it's a problem. It's a problem for everybody, and Jelmer Berman's tried to make the best of it, but don't think on this lap it's going to be any significant improvement. I've been wrong about 3 times so far in this session. It's difficult just to judge without seeing the timing and scoring. So we're waiting to see whether, as he makes his way down the hill into Pouron, but he's going to be snookered behind the Lamborghini, and that's again just taking time away from Jelmer Berman. Look, all over the back of it. He's going to go one way now. He's got clear dive down the inside. Again, Lamborghini wasn't doing anything wrong in a session like this. but frustration for the quicker car. Now up behind as we come into Campus. The Elmer Berman clearly has got performance because he's run down the Nissan relatively quickly and easily. Big trouble will be getting past on now what is the just about equal quickest part of the racetrack. Up through Blancpain. Too far behind, in my view, to think he can make a move on the Nissan up into the two final corners. So again, it's a frustration. You can either stay out and keep going or just come in. But there you are. Read my mind.
So the Black Falcon Mercedes down the pit lane. And for the moment, the work done for Jelmer Berman. Cycle through a pit stop, fuel tyres driver potentially. What's going on at the WRT pit? Which Audi is this? 6, isn't it? Which is the Stéphane Richelmy car. Richelmy, Nathaniel Berton, Benoit Treluet. Late edition, in fact, that's the one that's a late extra to the entry list, but that car cycles through a stop.
There's not a huge amount of urgency going on. So we go back to the 98. Sister car up in 8th place. 98 is... Where is 98? I can look and see where it's gone. Is it in there?
Nick Katzberg at the wheel of...
Keep the times, keep leaping around.
.39 fastest.
Yeah.
Yes, and he just dropped.
Yeah. So...
But he's not done many laps, has he? He's only done 4 laps. That was a car that was late into the session.
So we'll have to keep an eye on Nicky Katzberg. So he's midway through, almost coming up to the conclusion of the second sector. So no time indicated on timing and scoring for his first sector. So most likely is that this could have been Nicky Katzberg's out lap, but nevertheless, clear-ish air.
Just going back to my magic second, if you think back to Monza, we had 32 cars within a second at one stage. We've got 31 within a second now. So can we get the 911 Porsche? Robert Renauer brought it into the pit lane. That would be the next one to creep into the magic second if we can do it.
Well, within 0.3 of a second, we've got the 84 Mercedes. Frank Pereira slotted that car in its rather pleasant sort of copper bronzy colour. We saw that at Paul Ricard. Up into 7th place, so that's a lap that was done on his 7th lap. So the total number of laps, the greatest number of laps that I can see currently in the top 20 is 16. And that's from the Porsche, my friends at Porsche. And they're down in 13th place.
Yeah, 16 laps down. After that, we've got a few 13s and 14s, haven't we? Slowest at the moment is the 56 RMS Porsche. Howard Blank, Yannick Malagol, Fabrice Notari and Frank Mecheli.
Oh dear, what was happening up there? Something looked like, was that a puncture or was that just some rain up there? Suddenly Nicky Katzberg decided there was no way I was going to go through Lake Coombe and he had to bail out of it. It's hard to tell if there's a problem with the rear of the car or not. Something clearly triggered Nicky Katzberg. It didn't look like he was overrunning, but certainly he was caught out coming up the hill and opted to take the escape route round the back of the corner. Looks to be running now back up to speed, so it'd be interesting to get an indication what was the problem for the BMW driver.
Nick probably erring on the side of caution a little bit because he was involved in a rather nasty accident at the end of the German GT round at Zandvoort last week. He was in very wet conditions going for a place right at the very end and lost it and got hit head on. Cars coming out of the corner, some went left, some went right, and a Corvette absolutely drilled him head on. So Nick, with a lot of damage to the Schnitzer BMW, might be a bit bruised and battered, and if he's on a circuit like this, he won't want to be fighting a car. If he thinks there's an issue, he's not going to want to wrestle it around the corner. He'll take the escape road.
Well, he certainly, his thought process very quickly, you could see, said, get out of it, bail out of it, don't even attempt to take the entry to the corner, and just went around the back of the corner, which you're fully entitled to do. That's why it is there. And he came out back onto the circuit at the end of the Lake Coombe complex. So strange. Maybe we'll find something a little later from the Raw Racing BMW team. Maybe Nicky Katzberg, when he gets out of the car, can give us an explanation. It'd be nice to hear, because that was slightly, I mean, it didn't look as if he had just overrun the corner. It looked as if maybe he felt there was something not right.
Nick, a winner 2 years ago when Mark VDS had its win, and he absolutely stood out. That was the race that really made his name. We knew he was quick from other categories, but the way that he really carried Mark VDS's hopes, because they were in the second string car, weren't they? It was the favoured car really that was leading, and then had its problems and Brissell had retired, and Nick Katzberg stepped up to the plate and came through to help win the race for Mark VDS, and that made his reputation. There you've got the Santalok Audi. At the moment it's Mercedes, Audi, Ferrari, Mercedes, Bentley, Aston Martin, Mercedes, Jaguar, BMW, Ferrari in the top 10, as their 72 rejoins the fray. Davide Rigon was spectacular in the last stint we saw for that car, and it's now venturing back out on track.
53 Spirit of Race, Nick Homerson, Louis Marchal, Andrea Bertolini and Rory Butcher. All the paraphernalia that you now need, the safety nets within the car. Sometimes you see GT cars running with a safety net in the window. Certainly you see it in American racing, particularly NASCAR and its derivatives.
17, Stuart Lennon, Jake Dennis and Jamie Green, all at the wheel of this Belgian Audi Club Team WRT entry. Jamie fresh from the DTM in Moscow a week ago.
Yeah, up to 16th place. So.
And he's behind the wheel of it, yeah.
Again, it looked slightly as if he overran coming into the final right-hander and had to make a correction to get the car back. So I suspect that was a tenth or two of a second that might have slipped away, and another couple of tenths of a second would have maybe moved him up to 13th, 14th place.
Nick Katzberg's next lap, incidentally, 2 personal bests. So there he is. It's looking strong again. 98 BMW, the German team, the Rover Racing Squad, heading up towards the bus stop chicane. One of the many incarnations of the bus stop. This version brought in back in 2007, and Nick Katzberg oh so nearly runs out of road. Let's just get him across the timing line. 2 personal bests, 40th at the start of the lap, breaks the beam now, and he goes 39th. Whoopie-doo.
I mean, he's not the first driver in the last couple of minutes that have had trouble coming into turn 18. That's the right-hand part of the final little complex, and just overran. Appeared to have a little slide. Whether there's the track down there might have gotten a bit slick. Alexander Sim down there watching studiously. I bet you he knows what the problem is.
Yeah, last year's winner. Alexander Sim's Maxime Martin is hidden in the background. Philippe Eng, therefore, behind the wheel of the car. So BMW getting on with the job. The Rover Racing team, of course, having won here in the past with Mercedes. There's Jamie Green still pressing on as well. He's done another personal best in the first sector. He's still stuck in traffic, mind, but he's getting on with it.
Yeah, that middle sector time. Sector you need to be quick is in the middle sector 1:03.7. Sorry, 3.1 is the quickest overall. That's the amalgam. So that time he's, well, just almost 2 seconds down in the middle sector on what would be a time necessary to make it significant. As we go back to the 188 McLaren, the Garage 59 Alexander West, Chris Goodwin, Chris Harris, Bradley Ellis.
Gaggle of cars headed, look, by the Porsche number 34, Robert Renau. How's my magic second doing? Lucas Ordonez is now 33rd, and he's 100th outside it. So we have got 32 cars now within a second, and off the road is 56 Porsche, which is Yannick Malagol at the wheel of the 911 GT3 Cup that's gone exploring. Now, where's that?
Looks like Pouhon. No, it's not. It's into Blanchimont.
Yeah, you're right.
Into Blanchimont.
Yeah.
So that looks like a mechanical issue. He's pulled off to the right. Now here we come up into these final 2 corners. Is there something on the track surface? There's a sheen for sure. Now that just might be the track's getting polished. The headlights certainly make it look quite shiny. I just wondered if there'd been a little localized sprinkling of rain just at that point. But
well, one of the gentleman racers, Yannick Malagot, experienced, but from Ferrari Challenge to Blancpain Endurance, and a variety of categories. Yellow flag out for that Porsche.
For that Porsche, yeah, down in Sector 3.
Yeah, still not rejoined, so I think you're right about it being mechanical. Are we going to have an interruption to the session to move it out of harm's way? Let's see.
I think it's sufficiently far off track that it's not in a particularly hazardous position, but it's always better to get a car cleared than leave it because if anybody ever went off or whatever happened, you can guarantee that that would then become the target for the wayward car. 117 comes across the line yet again, still in 13th place last lap, 2 minutes 21.9 against its best of 2:19.0, so 2.9 seconds slower. Well, don't understand that. Maybe just a long run. Michael Christensen, no mean hand behind the wheel of a 911, so where's that time gone?
Fisichella here has done a personal best. This car third in the hands of James Collado. Fisichella behind the wheel of it, and he's done a personal best. So this now is looking like a very, very racy Ferrari. Remember, 32 cars, which is over half the grid within a second. How about that?
Yeah. So let's watch what Giancarlo Fisichella can do out of campus. Then the long right is the exit that you've got to be cautious of. Don't overrun it. Giancarlo gets a little bit of a dip as he just dumps over the curb. Yellow flag in sector 3, so you can't go through quicker than your previous best time as the Porsche is being pushed away, and a little bit of oversteer for the Ferrari as it came through the exit of Blancpain. So he's backed out of it. He's decided that whatever I was trying to achieve, there's no point, so I'm going to have to go through the whole process. And he comes into the pits. I wonder, there's bits of the circuit where cars are appearing to have slight inconsistencies, and that was certainly something that caught out Fisichella, or he recognised it as being, is there something on the track that we're not seeing, or is it something that is a car issue? There's the 50 Ferrari, it makes its way into the garage. There's the 55. So what are they going to do? I know if you're a Formula 1 driver, give me more new rubber. That's the usual story. But there is a limit on the number of tyres available. The amount of rubber that's, I think Pirelli have brought 14 vehicles with all the tyres they need for all the events that are going on, not just here for the 24-hour event itself, but for the Gentleman's Cup plus the Lamborghini Trofeo. So the old manufacturing plant in Turkey, if it hasn't been moved, I think it's going to, no, it was in Romania, it's going to Turkey. It'll be working overtime. Happy days. The fitters have been busy as well. So, yes, it's good for Pirelli's bank balance, isn't it? But a staunch supporter of GT racing in recent years. Looking at the Ferrari in the AM Cup, number 961. This is the AF Corsa, Alex Demergian, Davide Rizzo, Nicola Manassi, Tony Villander entry. Did I say AM? I meant Pro-Am. And that's got an interesting mix of drivers, hasn't it? Demergian rather blotted his copybook in the Sports Club race at Paul Ricard. Crashed a lot in practice and qualifying and race 1 and was excluded before race 2 started. Nicola Manassi in that car is going to be intriguing. Absolutely.
Not somebody you really see in a GT car.
I mean, I thought Nick Manassi had sort of kind of backed out a little bit.
I think so, but I'm not sure if that was deliberate or because the phone had stopped ringing. But in a Pro-Am car, he'll be a very, very good pair of hands, won't he? He'll be quick.
Oh, absolutely. Tons of experience.
Yeah. Used to star around here in the Creation years ago in prototype racing with Jamie Campbell-Walter. But Davide Rizzo is the man behind the wheel of it. Winner of the second race in the new Blancpain GT Series Asia at the start of the season. So it's an interesting combination, this. And Alex Demergian, the Lebanese driver, was a class winner, was he not, at the start of the season at Monza. So down the pit road it comes, that car. Right, we're now into night signalling with 20 minutes of this first part of the evening's action still to run. Bentley 7 and 8 in the pit box.
Looking really blingy with that lovely luminous green. The other car's got a blue surround identification, obviously, for the teams, because they've got the same problems that we as broadcasters have. Once you get into darkness, all that happens is the power from these headlights just absolutely obliterates the camera. But if you've got an identification around the grille, and the Bentley's got that on both cars, it helps identify the cars before you can actually get to see them physically.
So Com Ledegaard out on track finally. He's had a rather quiet evening with this car, having had problems earlier on when Ben Barnicoat was behind the wheel of it. But where is that car in the times? It's still got to get a bit of a wriggle on to get into the top 20.
Just something saying to me that track has changed. You know, there's a lot of cars moving around more than we saw in the early part, when obviously people like the 90 Mercedes and others must have had new tyres on.
Yeah, this car 27th, McLaren. Through the traffic. So Com Ledegaard, reigning endurance champion, down to the bus stop and stays out. Behind him, the Ferrari there goes for the pit lane. So Ledegaard with a clear road now, accelerates through.
Yeah, just he took the widest line he could to get the car straight as soon as possible to nail the throttle. He will not do that when he completes this flying lap, but you have the option of doing it at the point you are beginning your lap. So it gives you that little bit of extra grip and drive as you accelerate across start-finish line. Watch up through Eau Rouge. Yeah, I mean, that looks pretty good. Nothing you have to say was a problem. So can Com Ledegaard with the Aston Martin. It's just gone out of the pitch. You can see it moving around, trying to get some temperature into its tyres. And he needs a little bit of an assist from the 97 Aston Martin. Hopefully, with the headlights on, it will realise that the closing speed is something that he ought to be able to adapt and get out of the way. Let the McLaren go through and continue its lap. Coming down into Bruxelles. It's one of those corners, and look how wide he gets. So looked like he got a fistful of understeer as he turned the wheel, and that's been from time to time some of the issues that McLaren have suffered. Again, he's kind of backed out of it. You've either got a car that's all on its nose, or if you take that away, then it just understeers.
So with the light fading, the times actually not really improving in the most part. In fact, the majority of the top 13, 14, 15 sitting in the pit lane. So perhaps they feel that they are safe in that top 20 for now. Yeah. That's all they need to worry about, because you don't have to be quick tonight, you just have to be in the top 20. It's being quick tomorrow evening in the Super Pole that really matters for the front of the grid.
In the meantime, Christopher Hauser in the number 25 Audi, he's done sufficiently good time to get up to 16th, so we haven't seen a huge amount of improvements coming really throughout the field for the last 10 minutes or so. So that's the first improvement that we've spotted, and just over 16 and a half minutes to run. Com Ledegaard comes up behind the Aston Martin. The Aston will be preparing to go out on its first flying lap. Com Ledegaard decides, well, I've done all the hard yards, and then for nothing.
So down the pit lane he comes, and there is another perhaps troubled McLaren, 59, sitting in the pit lane. So that is the Andrew Watson, Jasmin Jaffar, Peter Skothorst car. Andrew Watson at the wheel of that, and there's 58 having joined the Straka fleet in the pit lane with this dual livery.
I mean, I know you think it's great, but I have to say, purely historically, I would love to have seen this car run in, you know, whatever the colour of orange. There's, I think, a variety of shades that have been used over the years. If you go back to this is the 99. So the 99 is in 9th place. Marcus Paltala behind the wheel. And it seems to be enjoying a much better run. Sister car down in 39th place still.
Yeah, Philippe Eng hustling on through Bruxelles as he bought himself a clear bit of track. Let's just see what happens the other side of Speaker's Corner, because he's about to go diving downhill. It could be a lot worse, that. He's got a Mercedes up the road, hasn't he? The American Black Falcon car. So 9th fastest, Philippe Eng, who dominated in Porsche racing for a good few seasons in the Project 1 team, comes then now down towards Lifan. And what have we got left? Quarter of an hour of this section of qualifying.
I mean, this is, you have to feel reasonably serious. 39.712 39.0, so he's 3/4 of a second down on the ultimate first sector time. So 3/4 of a second, if he maintained that, would see him, well, he wouldn't improve, first of all, because currently the car is in 9th place on a 1:18.9. So it would seem, taking a big punt, that it's going to be unlikely that Philippe Eng is going to see an improvement. There's too much time lost, and he's backed out of it again. He's realised, so he's going to do it all again, as so many have before, and there'll be still a few doing it with 14 minutes to go.
So are the teams at this point thinking we can still get a lap time out of this session, or are they now thinking, right, bring it in, let's think about the night, let's start to get the next driver in, let's do what we need to do? Are they indeed, do you, at some point, do you write off tonight and think, right, okay, we've done what we need to do, we're into Super Pole, that's what matters?
There are a few people out of position. For example, Stephen Kane 21st, Rennie Rast 22nd, the 98 BMW way down in 40th now, and that's only just giving a quick scan over 21st to 40th. I mean, Andrew Watson 29th in the McLaren, you'd expect him to be in the top 20. The 333 Ferrari, no, that wouldn't be. I'm looking at the time of Norbert Siedler. Norbert Siedler could do the time, but that car being a Pro-Am car, so it's the one pro driver in the Pro-Am car. Top 20 looks, I'd have to say, half reasonable, but to say there are a couple of 3 drivers car combinations that I would expect to see up in there. That, you know, it's going to be a bit like dominoes once the session gets underway. Those cars, 21st, 22nd, will most certainly want to be up into the top 20.
I know I keep going on about Johnny Adam, but he's 6th fastest, comfortably clear in Pro-Am, but that's from a time that he did right at the start of the session. Very few have got near it.
No, and I think the start of the session, first of all, probably people went out on new tyres. We don't know, we haven't heard from the pit lane who did what on which set of tyres, but you have to assume the top 2 times were done on new tyres. You've got to assume that the time set by James Collado probably was done the same. Juncadella, Maxime Soulet and Johnny Adam. So they're probably stuck with those tyres. This evening, when it gets a little bit darker, sometimes you do get drivers who really enjoy driving at night time, and if you've got denser air, it gives a little bit more engine performance. It certainly gives you a little bit more aerodynamic performance. As long as you can get your tyres up to the correct working temperature, you get the pressures right as well. The two things are absolutely fundamental. So those are the hopes that those that currently are not inside the top 20 might be relying upon as the Aston comes through to complete yet another lap. So let's have a look and see what the 97 Aston Martin can do. 2 minutes 19.2. 0.3 of a second down. That's a pretty fair effort at this stage of this session.
It's Johnny Adam back behind the wheel, isn't it?
Yeah, but I mean, if you consider the time he did early in the session on his 3rd lap, a 1:18.9, that last lap was a 1:19.0, so it's not an awful lot of difference.
Now, how's 63 doing? Because this looked so good at the start of the evening.
15th.
But 15th now, Mirko Bortolotti, a 2:19.0, quicker than he went in pre-qualifying, but everybody has raised their respective bars that little bit as well. So, coming over the timing line, number 63 Lamborghini heads down towards La Source, down through the gears, turn through the sharp right-hander, and now Bortolotti will sprint downhill on board.
Yeah, let's ride with the Italian in the Lamborghini, the Speedo, 220, 230, 240. That's pretty committed. That's pretty committed. And he gets it into 6th gear, so he's actually pulling 5th as he goes through Eau Rouge. 262, 4, 5, 6, 7, just under 270 kilometers per hour, rides the curb, entering Les Combes, rides the curb in the middle part. It's the exit he's got to get sweet. That curb can deflect you off to the left, but that's reasonably good. He'll be happy with that. Then down the hill, braking downhill, back end of a car always gets a little bit light. You've got to be careful not to brake too late, because that can cause you more problems. But Bortolotti's first sector time, a 39.5, ideally a 39.0, so half a second down on what would be, well, it was Johnny Adams' first sector time, as it happens. He was the driver that set that time. So half a second isn't going to see, well, he's 0.4 of a second down currently on the fastest lap. So he's half a second down. So unless he pulls out some kind of miracle, it's unlikely we're going to see any further precision improvement from the 63 Lamborghini.
Is this its natural pace? Should we be being concerned, or is there a bag of sand somewhere here?
Well, I have to say, I think he's committed. I mean, he's driving the car hard. I mean, the body language is such that this is not just another lap to put another information into the garage. He is pushing hard, but it looks to me as if he hasn't got the level of grip. But who has got the level of grip is number 59, Andrew Watson, who suddenly leapt all the way from way down up into currently 18th place and is fastest overall in Sector 1. Yo!
By a remarkable margin. He's about 7/10 up on everybody else currently, so that is an amazing effort.
And René Rast, likewise, now up into 16th position. So two driver-car pairings that were outside the top 20 are now inside.
Yeah.
Can't say they're comfortable. There's the 59 McLaren. So let's watch and see what Andrew Watson can pull out of the hat.
And can I also go back to my magic second? 33 cars now, over half the grid, within a second of one another. Andrew Watson then, the Northern Irish driver, absolute best in Sector 1. He's heading up towards the end of Sector 2. Not that much traffic around him either.
No, and this is what Straka Racing need. This is what Garage 59, who essentially run part of this team, Baz Linders, they've been looking for something to give them belief and hope. 1:08.5. Well, that's 5 seconds away. So where did that time go?
Plot
That's
thickens.
weird.
Yeah.
I mean, that's weird. We didn't see anything that was obvious. It didn't appear to be an error from Andrew Watson, so he's backed out of it early. He's again looking for track position. 7.5 minutes of the session remaining. Fastest overall, and he said, no, he's not. He's going to have to do it all again. Now, whether he can replicate that fastest first sector time of 39.023. So
let's follow this lap, Ben,
yeah,
down towards
let's have a look
Vassors,
and
see what he can do.
The young man, and he is a young man, and something, what's that hanging off the back?
That's some trim, isn't it? It's around the door, the window, and the rear section of bodywork. So there's some trim hanging off.
Is he going that quickly?
There's a yellow flag out somewhere in the first sector as well. He didn't, and a red flag. A red flag. So we have little bits of debris on the road, look,
Yeah,
just through the shot, but the session stopped.
That doesn't look to me to be anything particularly a problem. The only thing it could be is a wheel nut, but looks as if certainly a red flag has been, and is there a car, there's bodywork. No, somebody's gone off in a fairly big way, and they're off behind. We see the marshals are going. I think somebody's ended up, that's the pit lane exit.
There's a suspicion it could be the Japanese Good Smile Racing Mercedes, the Taniguchi Kataoka Kobayashi entry.
I mean, there are, if you look on the screen...
Let's have a look at the replay in a moment.
There are black marks.
Here you
Somebody's
go.
been way...
Oh, there it is.
Wow, how did he get it so wrong? It went all wrong at the very bottom of Eau Rouge and then up over the top of Radio. And that has gone wacko into the Tech Pro barriers and whatever other protection is there.
Was that a lose or a puncture?
I can't tell. We saw the car. It was out of control coming up the hill. It would be very difficult to say from that angle whether it was a driver error or a mechanical or a tyre issue. But certainly, I mean, you can see that he was nothing more than a passenger.
Session won't be restarted, as you can see on the caption.
Well, that's common sense.
Yeah, there's only about 6 minutes to go, so you wouldn't have got anything out of it on a restart.
In the process, Stephen Kane bumped himself up to 13th quickest, René Rast up to 14th. Session will not resume. There's the Mercedes. Oh, dear me, look at the back of the car.
Kobayashi was at the wheel.
Oh, I tell you what, the spares department at AMG will be rubbing their hands. Well, no, they won't be. But they will have everything that is required to rebuild the car, assuming there's no basic chassis damage.
When you say look at the back of it, what back of it? I mean, there's hardly anything left, is there? That's like a huge hit.
That was a big hit. It's gone, you know, the car was probably still doing 60 or 80 mile an hour when it would have backed into the barrier. But all those areas are deformable and they're designed to deform to reduce the kinetic energy that's going into the chassis to protect the driver. The driver safety cell is the paramount part of the construction of the chassis, and everything else around is disposable, and that then dispenses huge amounts of the energy that would be being absorbed in the accident.
So something else.
First thing we've seen so far this weekend.
Absolutely, yeah. Something else now, of course, to factor into this. That car isn't going to come out in night qualifying. You have to do some night laps. So they're going to have to go to the stewards. Now,
might be a dispensation.
There might be, but of course a lot of the drivers would have raced here in other categories or done other long-distance races. I'm not...
Who was behind the wheel of the...
Kobayashi. In terms of Spa knowledge, there's only Kobayashi who really knows the circuit. The others will have experience.
Well, I'll tell you what,
he
knows a lot more of it now, the way he came over the top of the hill.
But the stewards, you know, my point I'm getting to is they have to research the Japanese drivers, look at what they know of long distance and nighttime racing before that dispensation can be given.
Yeah, and you know, I know no doubt that at some point they've raced in nighttime races, but as we see Andrew Watson in, he'll feel a little bit frustrated that he didn't get a chance to consolidate the pace that he was showing in these few moments.
Yeah.
So time will be needed to remove the Mercedes, get it onto the flatbed truck, get it back to the team's garage. Don't know what damage has been done to the tyre bale, or if it was Tech Pro barrier there, or the barrier itself, whether that has been compromised. These cars, what, 1,300 kilograms kinetic energy, you know, square of the speed and all that stuff.
Well, Kobayashi pole at Le Mans this year with that amazing lap, but big accident here. Let's have a look from another angle. So it looks like a lose.
We got a tank slapper.
Yeah.
But whether that was caused by something that we can't see, but once he got the tank slapper, he was nothing more than a passenger, and hopefully, you know, the impact, a rearward impact, you know, he's...
Now...
I mean, look, an impact like that is, you know, you're not going to just jump out of the car and say happy days.
No.
You know, it's... Your body has gone through a trauma, so it knocks the wind out of you. That's the thing that really is, you know, you're suddenly sitting there, you haven't got the ability to inhale.
The team have spoken to Kamui on the radio, we understand. There is what's left of the car. Whew, that is a huge,
That's a heavy impact. I mean, that is a heavy. But I say a lot of the stuff around the rear of the car is designed precisely. Now you go to the door on either side and they'll open perfectly, because that's what. You know, it's no point making the back of the car, you know, like a battleship, because then that will just transfer all the load through to the next weakest point within the construction of the car. So at the point where you're going to hit something, that's the part that you have the deformable structure to help mitigate the strength of the impact going forward into the driver's cell.
They, of course, are getting ready for night qualifying now, which will be getting underway relatively soon. As you look down at the car that Giancarlo Fisichella, James Collado and Marco Giocci have been sharing. The night qualifying session is due to get underway in about half an hour's time. So you've got a bit of time yet. Just to recap where we stand at the moment after the qualifying session, with Raffaele Marciello doing the top time. Fred Verviche did the time to go second, ahead of James Collado, then Danny Juncadella fourth. Top Bentley, fifth. Johnny Adam, sixth in the Aston Martin, ahead of Franck Pereira, Albert Costa, Philippe Eng, and then Alessandro Pierguidi to round out the top 10 in a 63-strong entry. And every time you look at this leaderboard, you find different names and different driver combinations, and you think, yeah, that could be worth watching, that could be worth watching. And there are so many of them. Still a bit surprised that only 14, because the René Rast, Nico Müller, Antonio Garcia, Audi, Porsche 15th. What about number 25 Audi as a dark horse? Christopher Haase, former GT champion. Marcus Winkelhock, hugely experienced, winner of the Nürburgring 24 this year and a winner in Blancpain Sprint. And Jules Gounon, currently the ADAC GT Masters Championship leader, but in a Corvette rather than in an Audi. Something a little bit new for him. In Pro-Am, Barwell, as ever, team to beat with Adrian Amstutz, Martin Kodrich, Patrick Kujala and Oliver Gavin as well. Good to have him here this weekend in Pro-Am. Nissans didn't have a mega session with the Mats and Struan, 27th, and then the number 23 entry of Lucas Ordonez, Alex Buncombe, Ketso Masachio, 35th. Bentley number 9 rather faded down to 33rd in the end, didn't it, as you look further down the pecking order. Stracker's number 42 entry, only 39th. That's the Nick Leventis, Craig Fleming, Lewis Williamson, Oliver Webb car. But Blomqvist, Katzberg and Spengler way down. That was a car that was late into the session as well. Matt Griffin in 52, with Duncan Cameron, Riccardo Ragazzi and Aaron Scott still looking for a better balance. I fear that car not venturing much higher up the order, so perhaps all still not well there. We had all 63 out. Where was 00 before its accident? The Kamui Kobayashi car. That was 43rd, and now with a lot of damage. Just wonder, I'm sure he's repairable, but it leaves the team with a big, big job going into the warm-up tomorrow, which is an absolute godsend for them because it gives them an opportunity to make sure that the car has been put back together properly. So let's head to the pit lane. Next, Dakota Jane, our reporter, has found Raffaele Marciello, who is the fastest driver in that session. He's a 10th quicker than the rest. Let's hear his thoughts.
Raffaele, congratulations. You were very quick.
Yeah, it was a good quality session for us. We can be quite happy, and I think we can be in top 20 for the Super Pole of tomorrow. So, yeah, we did what we had to do, and I'm quite happy about my lap.
And what about the night qualifying? Are you worried about that?
No, I think we only do long run for be ready for the race because I think we are safe for the top 20. So we are ready if you have to put one set and do the lap, but I'm quite happy.
You look so calm. I mean, I expected you to be a bit more happy being the fastest man currently.
Yeah, because it was 1 hour ago already, so now I'm calm and we will see now. But it's good, but it's 24-hour race, so.
And how important is qualifying to you in a 24-hour race?
I mean, it's not really important because it's 24 hours also. Maybe if you can start 40, you can win, but it's important for the first 3-4 hours to be out of the mess. So, I mean, it's quite important. And I mean, it was always nice to be in front of everyone.
All good so far. Let's see if you keep it up. Thank you.
Just going back to the 00 Mercedes, as far as I'm grateful to people on Twitter telling me this, Nobuteru Taniguchi and also Tatsuya Kataoki have got Suzuka 1000 kilometre experience, which ends in the dark. Thank you very much, Darius Reventon, for telling me. So, yes, they are familiar with night driving, even if not here, even if not necessarily in Europe. So that should hopefully sway the decision of the stewards, led by Greg Masters, former racer himself in things like classic saloons and Honda CRXs 100 years ago. Pierre Arret down in his pit bunker, spectacles on, getting ready for night qualifying. Arch enthusiast of racing is Pierre. After many, many years away, he came back in the European GT3 Challenge a few seasons ago and has been a mainstay of GT grids ever since. Let's just catch up with the highlights of qualifying then, under still cloudy skies, sun trying to break through, but we even had some spots of rain as 63 cars got set ready to venture out onto the circuit. Crash helmets on, drivers aboard cars, pit-to-car communication installed, fans poised, green flag waved at the end of the pit lane, green lights on, session underway, headed out by Johnny Adam in the TF Sport Aston Martin, although that car was actually on the fast lane a bit previous, so that's under investigation for possibly contravening a regulation. Johnny Adam set the target time. Wasn't long before Raffaele Marciello came through behind to go slightly faster and put himself up to the top as drivers cycle through, teams put new tyres on, tank of fuel if needed, and then the session, which should have been an hour and a quarter, ending just slightly short with the accident that befell Kamui Kobayashi in 00 Mercedes. The great mix of car that we had on track, illustrated by the fact that by the end of the session, 34 cars, can you believe it, were within a second of one another. Lamborghini looking spectacular in the hands of Mirko Bortolotti, and hustling through the traffic, Jordan Pepper in the Abt Bentley, desperate to try and find clear track space as the sun set behind the trees here in the Ardennes forests. 63 Lamborghini didn't have the same pace, seemingly, as it did over the opposition in the earlier pre-qualifying session, but qualifying came to an early end. This impact for Kamui Kobayashi doing huge damage to the back of the Mercedes. What's left of the back of the car with bits of bodywork all over the road. Clerk of the course, Roland Brunserada in the dark jacket there behind it, overseeing the clear-up operation. Session stopped, and so Raffaele Marciello hangs on to provisional pole position with night qualifying and, of course, Super Pole tomorrow still to come. Now let's head back to the pit lane. Lawrence Van Thor has been a mainstay of this event as an Audi factory driver. He comes here this year for Porsche.
Lawrence, now you're currently P15. Do you think you can go faster in the night qualifying? I think you can.
I hope so. First shot we did was okay, but we had a bit of traffic and could have been better. But then we changed something in our car for the second one, and it wasn't really an improvement, so we couldn't improve our time, unfortunately. So now we try to brainstorm how to put everything together. We have a good car, but like I said, we just don't have so much experience yet on these new Pirelli tires. So we're trying to work it out, but we have one more shot to go, and let's do our best.
Now you're here this year in a Porsche instead of an Audi. What is it like to drive a Porsche on one of your home tracks?
It's quite a bit different. It's obviously a different concept of a car, but it's a really cool car to drive. You have to work in it, and it's fun, and it's quite a challenge. And it's yeah, I like it. I think it suits my driving style, so it's nice.
And how is your Porsche career going? I'm excited to hear more about it.
Good. I'm not gonna lie, it was a bit getting used to in the beginning because I do the American Championship this year, so it was all new tracks, a new team, new car, new people, new rules. Everything was new, and in the beginning it was quite a lot to learn. But now since the second half, it's going really well, and I start to feel at home, and I think it's really cool, so I'm enjoying it.
And are you quicker in an Audi or a Porsche?
I don't know. I did 2 poles in an Audi here, so let's see if I do one tomorrow in the Porsche.
Let's see how it goes. Thank you.
Last year's GT World Cup winner in that shortened crash fest at Macau, Lawrence Van Thorp, but now part of the Porsche factory and going very, very strongly. Good to have him in the event. Good to have the Timo Bernhardt squad in this as well, a team that's got a good, successful track record in a short space of time in the German Championship, German GT, the ADAC GT Masters, to give it its full title, but now coming at Porsche's behest into Blancpain for this weekend.
And certainly, I mean, in terms of the depth in strength, we keep talking about the depth and strength of the drivers.
Yeah.
But the depth and strength now with the variety of brands that we have. I mean, this is Porsche's effectively first toe in the water this year into a Blancpain Sprint or endurance event. Single entry, 3 of the factory contracted drivers. So yeah, they're having to learn. I mean, the tires are different to the tires that they're using in America. I don't know what brand they use in America, but the 2017 Pirelli tire is a slightly different tire to the previous seasons. So it's about the fine tuning of the chassis, getting the balance, the spring, the damper, the roll bar, aerodynamics clearly, getting them all harmonized so that you can use the potential the car's got. We know it's a quick car. It was very quick here during the test a couple of weeks ago. I think it was 2nd or 3rd quickest overall.
And of course, we're talking about pace at the moment, but 24 hours around here, keeping out of trouble, slick pit work, it's a different story altogether. Meantime, if you want to save on your Pirelli rubber, there's an alternative way to go GT racing, and this is it, where there is the indoor GT challenge going on at the moment.
Well, I don't know if the children we're looking at, if they're the ones that are doing the racing, but whoever it is, they certainly have a fairly good idea of how to make slot car racing. It was a 30-second scale, I'm assuming. Oh, I used to love that when I wasn't even a kid. I dread to tell you the age when I was still playing slot car racing.
Nothing wrong with that.
No, but you know, sometimes. But it's addictive. It is really addictive.
Yeah. And the quality of the models as well gets better and better all the time.
Well, it's all the tweaking you do. I mean, you can rewind the motors, you can reverse the polarity, so when you lift off the button, it effectively just locks the wheels. I mean, it was all these little things that when you bought your kit, and you thought you're going to go out and Muller everybody, but you found yourself probably running last, and then you pick up all the little tweaks. That was great. Was there a John Watson Scalextric McLaren or Brabham, for example? No. I mean, this was back in the days when I was living in Belfast. There was a hobby shop, a model shop in Belfast, and they built a proper scratch-built slot track. Okay. So you could go in and play for half an hour or whatever, and it was a very popular pastime amongst saddos. Not sad at all. This is another popular pastime. Beer and Friet. The Jupiler is going down nicely. One of the elements of Spa that has sort of improved is that it's got rid of all the old whoopee snacks, as the franchise was called. The more permanent structures don't have quite the same
appeal and atmosphere. Whoopie Snacks used to have this contract, and there were these funny little wooden chalets all around the circuit. Now they're rather more
it's
structured.
franchised out.
It has, I'm afraid. Yes, it's all become centralised. But
look, what happened to the blue surround on the number 8 Bentleys? Or have they got
I thought that was on
multi-
7. I thought 7 had the blue. Maybe I'm wrong.
I don't know. The 7's got the green. So just having a little look inside. But there, I mean, that's one of the views that, you know, if you can sit up in the balcony, this is, I think, on the top of the building, in fact, that we're broadcasting from, looking down across, you can see the climb out of Eau Rouge, and, well, they're not interested in that. They're having a wonderful time.
Kessel Racing's fleet of trucks for the fleet of cars, because that's a squad running not only in the 24 hours but also with a number of cars, and AF Corsa is the same, in the Blancpain GT Sports Club this weekend, which will get 2 races tomorrow. The Pit Brasserie is in full swing. The snack bar is ouvert. That's overlooking Eau Rouge, isn't it? At the top of the hill.
That's the top of the other side, on the outside of the circuit.
A mythic corner, don't you know, Eau Rouge?
There was a photograph in a magazine I was reading coming out. And I tell you what, Eau Rouge, this is back, I think, probably in the 60s. Proper corner.
Yeah.
I mean, a proper corner. Now, what we've got is an excuse for Eau Rouge.
To many that have never raced here, it's still a corner, but you're right. I mean, it's compared to what it was.
What has changed is it's massively quick.
Yeah.
And as we saw with the 00 Mercedes, the Good Smile Racing and Team Ukio. I mean, you get it wrong now, you're traveling a lot quicker. But the photograph was, I think, might have been a middle 60s Ferrari. It could have been a P3, a Courier, Francorchamps. Car looked mega, proper lean going through Eau Rouge.
It is, as we say, a wonderful circuit. Let's head back to the pit lane. Dakota's found Andy Soucek. We can hear from him and do a lap with him as well.
Right, Andy. Can you please talk me through an onboard lap of Spa? Take a look at the screen.
Let's have a look. I've done this many times in Formula 1 with the Spanish TV, so should be okay. So this is a bus stop chicane. What we do is we try to prepare the lap as good as possible to have a straight acceleration into the start-finish line. We stay in 5th gear on the limiter here. We brake at 100 meters here. The car dives in quite a lot. Then we try to take the apex, the inside curb. We go on power as soon as possible. This is obviously very important for the straight line speed through Eau Rouge, Radillon, and the main straight line. As you can see, as close as possible to the right. We've got the steering on the right. We take a lot of the left curb, some of the right curb into Radillon, very, very close to track limits, but never over the curb fully. Here we just try to go down with our head to pick up speed. We arrive into one of the hardest braking. We apply about 140 bar on the brake, braking at 100 meters. You can see the car is a bit unstable on the front. We use both curbs, the inside curbs. It helps for the stability of the car. Also this one after the first chicane of Le Combe. Then we start to go downhill into the hairpin, right-hand corner, 2nd gear. We need to V-shape a little bit this corner because we have some understeer. On power, short shift into 3rd gear. We keep 3rd gear. Again, we hit the curb. We try to put the car stable. As you can see, that was a bit too much curb, so the car moves a little bit around into the Pouhon now. Very fast corner. Downshift 1 gear. Take the curb a little bit. On power as soon as possible. Flat easy, no problem. And we arrive to the 2nd chicane. Again, hard braking. We try to stay on the right-hand side of the curb. Again, we help ourselves with the curbs here, taking both of them, accelerating, trying not to hit the AstroTurf because it's a bit slippery. We hit the curb again on the right-hand side. We go on power as soon as possible. There is a bit of a lift in 4th gear. 5th gear now into the main straight line. Obviously, again, very important to have a lot of speed. And we will try to prepare Blancpain as good as possible. We will ride over the right-hand curb, not fully. As you can see, there's 2 wheels that have contact. It's usually flat. And here, whoever was in the car, I think, backed off a little bit, braking at 150. And I can see some spells of rain in the screen, so probably he's going to prepare the next lap and try again.
Wow, that was a great commentary of your onboard. Now, Andy, we're going to talk a little bit about your championship. You're currently P5 in the session just past. Can you go quicker?
Well, Maxime did the qualifying. He's the star here in Belgium. He's very fast. He's always been here in Spa. He's a good qualifier. He did a mega job. I think being P5, 2/10 off pole is exactly where we wanted to be. The main thing is we are in the top 20 for a Super Pole, and tomorrow is a new day. We just hope to start the race, as far in the front as possible. Yeah, I think we have a good chance if it stays dry.
Now, you're leading the endurance currently, so this is a mega race for you to do well in. Are you a bit nervous about it?
It's so long, if you're nervous today, we still have Super Bowl tomorrow, we still have 2 days nearly until the race. I'm quite excited, obviously, because as you say, it's the most important race of the year. We can pick a lot of points, and what we don't want to do is lose our lead in the championship. So we've got 2 very good teammates. The team is doing great. The car feels very, very good. So I think we are in good shape for this weekend.
I don't really want to run on about last year's a bit disappointment for you. I know you were very heartbroken, but you're definitely going to come back stronger, right?
Well, we learned a lot from the mistakes. We had a long debrief. I think it was about 40 people sitting around the table. We were going through every single thing that happened, and obviously you learn from the mistakes. This year, hopefully, there is no mistakes. We can have a clean race, and we can be in the top 3, at least in contention for the win in the last few hours.
Cheers. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So Andy Soucek, winner at Paul Ricard, and he wants to be a winner at Spa. And as he rightly says, lessons learned. The M Sport team, which, as we always make the point, has come from a rally background. No circuit racing until it came into the Blancpain Endurance Series. Indeed, I don't think Malcolm Wilson, with all due deference, knew what GT3 was until the phone rang, and Bentley were there saying, we'd like to talk to you about a customer racing programme. But he has learnt and learnt fast. Matthew Wilson, his son, who has actually raced himself in T-cars and did a bit of single-seater racing, he's in charge of that project. There down at Audi is the Land Motorsport car that won the Nürburgring 24 hours, still with all the dirt and mark all over it. And the fans are off into the woods, getting ready for night qualifying. It's 2 hours of track time that they get in the fading light into the darkness.
Well, first of all drivers, in some cases it'll be 3 per car, some in the AMs it'll be 4 per car. So they've all got to go through and do a minimum number of laps to qualify to have been allowed to start. Now, obviously with the 0-0 Mercedes, having had that accident, it will not be taking any further part in running tonight. It may not even be able to run tomorrow when we have the shootout, but it's not going to be in that shootout. So wherever it is I'm looking to see where it ended up. In fact, the dribble, okay, it was 43rd.
Yeah.
So I suspect it's going to be a long night tonight, and probably a pretty long night on Friday night as well.
Now let's catch up on matters BMW. Nick Katzberg and Philipp Eng from the 2 cars are with Dakota.
Now, Philip, everyone knows that there's a lot of competition between the cars on track, but the true competition is between sister car and sister car. Tell me a little bit about that.
Well, not really in the end. We're one big BMW family, and on Sunday we're happy if at least one of our cars is on top. Of course, we push each other because we also compete, but it's important to be first on top of the timesheets and not in front of the sister car. So I think we had a decent Q1. Car feels great, and every lap around here is just a pure joy. And going through Rouge flat out and Blancpain is amazing. So I'm confident, or cautiously optimistic for the rest of the weekend.
Now, Nicky, you had an accident last week or so, I believe. You okay from that? You fully recovered?
Yeah, I'm fully recovered. It wasn't that big of an accident, so yeah, fully ready for the weekend.
And as Philip was saying, do you guys actually work together?
I think he was lying a little bit. We always want to beat each other, and today he did a mega job in qualifying. I think he was only 4/10 of P1, so he did a fantastic job. I must be honest, we had the car as well to do it, but we had some ABS issues in both of the runs, so they're working on it now. Hopefully we get another chance in the night qualifying, but it will be difficult, I'm afraid.
Yeah, 41st probably wasn't your expectation for this weekend. Where do you expect to be in the night qualifying?
Well, I mean, we should have been right up there with Philip in the lap in my first outing. We were doing similar times, and then unfortunately we had the issue. So hopefully in night qualifying we don't, and the track is still fast, and then maybe top 20 still.
Good luck for the qualifying. Thank you very much.
Yeah, Nick Katzberg is certainly not the 41st fastest driver here. He's a former winner of the event. He's a real gun, and now we know why he was having dramas, ABS issues, John.
Yeah, I mean, we saw that coming up into Les Combes. All of a sudden he turned away from turning in and hard to understand. But if you have an ABS problem, the first thing you'll feel is the car not slowing down, or the feel of the car not as you'd expect it to be. And Nicky did the right thing. He decided not to attempt to cut into Les Combes, but went on the escape road behind the corner. But the thing, it is inconsistent, clearly, because he continued. He didn't come in immediately to say, I've got a problem, fix it before I go out. He continued to do some laps. So whether it was simply intermittent, or maybe that was just an isolated issue away from the ABS, we didn't get that question asked, so all we know is he had an ABS problem.
Now, night qualifying will start on time, so the track is now clear, and we should therefore be getting underway on time at 5 minutes of the hour, so in about 10 minutes' time. As we get ready, let's head back to the pit lane. Franck Pereira, 7th fastest in that qualifying session, and going very strongly in the Mercedes. Franck Pereira could be good in Superpole tomorrow. Let's hear from him.
Frank, 7th so far in this session, but I know there's more from you. What's going to happen in night qualifying?
Yeah, for sure. We expect a little bit better. Anyway, it's not easy. You know, there is a lot of traffic. It's not so easy in Spa. You know, so many cars. We try the best, and what it's good. It's the car feels really good. I think we have the chance to fight for the pole position. Unfortunately, I was a big traffic on my lap, so I couldn't put all together. But I think it's a big motivation for the rest of the qualified, and we will try to see if people improve or not. And if it's okay, tomorrow will be a different story for the Super Bowl.
Now tell me, what is the biggest challenge in a 24-hour race?
A lot of things, you know. For sure, the qualified is very exciting because everyone wants to do a good lap. Everyone try to manage the gap. So you try to do the best, but you cannot judge who is slowed down or not. So this is really difficult. But what it's good. The car feels really good. We work well together, and this is good for the next step.
And is there a time or a point in the race that you feel, oh, I really just don't want to do that 4 a.m. stint?
No, everything it's really nice. You know, I think it's a pleasure to be in Spa. It's such a nice car, and the level is so high, and I really enjoy to be here. And for now, what the best is to put the car in front, and then on Saturday will be a different story.
What a great attitude you have. Thank you very much. Good luck.
Yeah, Franck Pereira really enjoying life, isn't he, with a pro and overall car rather than being in Pro-Am, where you're always a little bit at the mercy of your co-driver.
Yeah, I mean, he's a fully employed driver within the HTP team. It's a great operation. It's a fantastic car. Max Buch and Jimmy Eriksson, teammates, you know, they're professional drivers, and they've got, and as Franck Pereira said, you know, we've got a chance to put the car even slightly further forward, currently in 7th place. Of course, we can't anticipate what might happen this evening, because everybody will be feeling much the same, that they all are going to improve. But for sure, as darkness is beginning to descend over the Spa-Francorchamps circuit, the air temperature will be cooling down, which will improve marginally engine performance. The air is denser normally as it gets more humid and moist, so that gives you a little bit more aerodynamic. And it will be simply, if you decide to use sets of new tires, if you're going to use them, don't use them when the track's busy. Use them when the track looks as if everybody is about to come in, because if you waste your tires, then you've wasted every effort you've got. And I mean, the difference between the top 20 cars is just over half a second, and you can lose in one sector half a second just simply because of one car, let alone a number of cars.
The top 56 are covered by 2.039. From memory, I think the gap between the top two on the grid at Le Mans outright was more than that. So again, it shows you how the BOP works in this, as drivers now get ready to go. 76, which is the ISR, Audi Pierre Caffert, Kelvin van der Linde, former winner Frank Stippler. 75, the sister car, another potential front runner in this weekend's race, Philippe Albuquerque, Clement Schmidt and Philippe Salaquada. Keep going down the pit lane. Number 6 there, which is the Stéphane Richelme, Benoit Treluet, Nathaniel Berton Audi. Number 3 from Pro-Am is the Josh Cahill, John Venter, Nicky Meyer, Melnhoff, Richard Lyons car. 17, that's the Jamie Green Jake Dennis, Stuart Leonard, British Audi, if you like, run by the Belgian team, but 3 British drivers aboard. And as we see the teams now with about 5 more minutes to go before they are released out on track. We need to catch up on things in Pro-Am as well. Abdulaziz Al Faisal, part of Black Falcon's Mercedes entry with Dakota.
Right now, so you're in the Pro-Am class, and you're looking quite strong here.
Yeah, I mean, we've got a really good lineup, and but it's looking really tough now to put the times in, and the competition, I think, is really, really strong for this race. So, yeah, we're going to prepare as hard as we can, and hopefully we can give it a good race.
Now, they look like they're doing some serious work on the car. What are they actually doing back here?
We just finished the qualifying, so now we're going to start the night quali, and we're just finishing some setup on the car that we wanted to change, and yeah, we're just rushing into it.
And how special does it feel to race at a beautiful track like Spa?
It's unbelievable. It's, I think, one of the best racetrack in the world, and the competition is amazing. It's, I think, the toughest race because of the competition and the level of the drivers, and also the cars that are in it. It's all GT3 cars. So, yeah, I think it's one of the hardest races to win or to be part of in the world.
And what are your expectations for this weekend?
As you said, we're looking pretty strong, and hopefully we have a really good lineup for the race. We'd love to win the AM category. That would be our main intention. But, you know, if we put a good performance and we finish on a podium, that'd be a really good achievement.
Let's see what you got. Thank you.
Well, so far, it is a car 49th overall and a long way down in Pro-Am, but you never know what might happen come the end of night qualifying.
Well, I mean, look, if you're not positive, the chances of moving forward are probably very slim.
Yeah, true enough.
So that was an expression of everything was moving forward, everything was very positive. I would imagine pretty much everybody in the pit lane will have that similar outlook. As we look inside the Audi Sport Garage, and Marcel Fassler, Andre Lotterer, Dries van Thor, what a mix of talent.
Yes, absolutely.
Age, experience, I have to say, there's no beauty amongst them.
I'll wait to see what people on Twitter say about that. Kevin Est has just said sitting P15 at the moment. Night qualifying starts in 5 minutes. Everybody really close together. There's an understatement. And it will be Laurens van Thor to start the session in the 117 Porsche.
Yeah, I mean, we know what Laurens van Thor has done over previous years with the Audi. He was the go-to driver within the team. Great talent. The thing I noticed about him, he's got the Porsche haircut. He's got rid of all that sort of shaved egg look.
Now, one of the other drivers we've got excited about in previous endurance races this year is Struan Moore aboard the number 22 Nissan, switching from McLaren to Nissan this year. He's outside the top 20. Can he break into it?
Now, Struan, you're just outside the top 20. Can you break through this?
Yeah, we don't know. I mean, well, we feel there's a bit more time in the car, and I feel Matt Parry thinks there's a bit more time in the car. So, yeah, we're right on the cusp, and, you know, we just don't want to be jumped by another 10 places. And obviously, in a 24-hour race, 10 places isn't a lot at the start, but, you know, we just feel we can't afford to lose that advantage. So, yeah, we're going to go out. We feel there's a bit more time in the car, and hopefully we can be in Super Pole.
I mean, we haven't seen a lot from Nissan recently. What's going on?
What, from Nissan?
Yes.
I mean, well, yeah, this isn't our best track, but, you know, it's a 24-hour race, and we know that very well, and, you know, we're just focusing on making no mistakes, and our raw pace is never going to be as much as the Mercedes or the Audi or even some others. So, yeah, we just need to get through tonight and, yeah, try and beat them.
Best of luck. Cheers.
Thank you.
Struan definitely one to watch. And the Nissans, of course, come back to this point. It's not just about pace tonight. It's about what happens over 24 hours. There is one of the beauties of this event, indeed any 24-hour race. The headlights, the pit lights, the natural light, limited as it is, the fans around the circuit, and looking down onto the endurance pits. That is pit out, ready for the climb up the hill onto the circuit. All part of the atmosphere.
And the fried food.
Indeed. And the beer. And the beer.
I mean, the atmosphere of a 24-hour race isn't exclusively cars and drivers.
Absolutely not.
It is people camping around the racetrack.
Yeah.
Barbecues, Bradwurst, Brockwurst, whatever worst.
Left, Duvel, Jubilee.
Whatever. And, you know, when you drive
Duvel.
around, I mean, I have never done a nighttime race at Spa-Francorchamps, but at Le Mans, in the heady days when it was, you know, a proper race.
Yeah. Yes, John.
You could actually come down over the top of Dunlop Curve, down to the S's, out towards Tête Rouge. Medium rare for me next lap through.
And it felt a very long stint, did it? The hungrier you got.
Oh, it was great.
Yeah.
But you know, that's all gone. But that is what makes 24-hour events. If you go to Sebring or it's 12-hour events, go to Daytona. I mean, the motorhomes or trailers, as they call them, they have on the infield. I mean, it is just sensational.
We've also got concerts as well during the night here as well to enjoy. Right, before we get into night qualifying, let's go back to the pits. Alessandro Pierguidi.
Now, Alessandro, you're a mega driver. What's going on here?
Yeah, so far it's quite good. So we are in the P10, so it's not the best position, but at least we are in Super Pole. So what does matter is to be in the top 20 and to fight tomorrow for the pole position. Now the guys try to fix a bit a small problem we had, and now after I try again, it will be difficult because it's night, so it's dark in Spa, especially it's very dark the track. But last year I did it with the dark, so I try again to improve my lap time.
It doesn't really look like a small problem going on there. It looks like quite a large problem. What's going on?
It's smaller than what looks, but because they are trying to fix a small leaking of air, so it's quite okay. It's not. It's more the work for them than the real problem. I think in 15 minutes we were ready.
Okay, good luck. Thank you.
Well, certainly a lot of work going on around the rear quarter of the Ferrari, and of course access to these GT3 cars is not quite as simple. All these rear panels are not detachable. The inner guard has been removed. They're trying to get at something. As you can see, two mechanics buried under the rear guard, others diving in on top. But there is one of these magic moments, just at the point when the light is beginning to finally fade and the benefit of your headlights really comes to the fore. It's that period before it gets dark, where it's the twilight, dusky zone. You don't get the benefit of the headlights in terms of being able to read the racetrack, read the corner. But once it gets fully dark, and Alessandro Pierguidi alluded to that in saying that, okay, it is a dark track when you're out, especially if you're out and there's not other cars around to gain some benefit from the bleed from their headlights. Nevertheless, there's an enormous degree of satisfaction. And I believe that a driver drives better in nighttime hours because he has got to be more precise. You can't always just see the exit or how much of the runoff you might feel you can get away with. So I tend to feel that drivers drive more, say professionally is maybe not the right way, but they drive generally better in the nighttime hours. And I sincerely hope we're going to see the lap time of Marcello. Let me push back here. That's Griffin's car, Duncan Cameron. The 2 minutes 18.5. Wouldn't it be fantastic to see that being really, really challenged, maybe being beaten? And you know, we've got our top 20 right now, but there are still a few people. Dominic Baumann is 22nd in the Mercedes. David Rigo, he's done 24th. These are all people. 22, Matt Parry, we know he's got natural pace. There are people who, and look at the Donias and the 23 Nissan, well, they ought to be in the top 20, but who are you going to then drop out? Nicky Katzberg, 41st.
Sheer weight of numbers means you can't have so many good drivers all in the top 20.
I know, and somebody's going to be disappointed because having achieved a top 20 time in the first part of this qualifying session, you sort of think you got the job done. But for the factors I've just mentioned, and assuming the track conditions remain consistent, the track is giving up good grip, everybody is getting their tire to work, the temperature's up, the pressures are up, the driver is focused and sharp. There's no reason to believe that the times that we have seen so far can't be exceeded.
Indeed so. Now, do you do it now or towards the end of the session?
You do it when, I go back to this comment I made earlier, you do it when the track is at its clearest.
When it allows you.
When you've got the opportunity to go out and get a run and not be compromised or not find yourself, suddenly there's a car making its way out of the pit lane, down the hill, climbing up over a radio as you're about to come through the radio itself. So it's I hate saying it's good luck. This is where the people in the pit lane can play a large part in assisting a driver achieve a position which he currently doesn't maybe hold. Look at the glow. I mean, just a great...
It's magic, isn't
magic. I mean, it is to see these disc brakes glowing cherry red. I mean, first of all, the pressure that you have to apply with your leg, whether it's your left or your right leg. And there's a little moment for Comme les Gars, just getting caught between a couple of slower cars. There's somebody off on the Nissan.
It's a Nissan, yeah.
That's going to be a red flag as well.
It will be. Is that 22? It is. It's 22.
Is that Matt Parry?
It's Matt Parry at the wheel of it. Oh, it's Matt Simmons, it says there. Okay. Matt Parry, it says on the timing screen.
Well, that is a big old hit. Again, that's almost identical place that we saw.
Red flag.
Yeah, there's no question about it. As soon as I saw it, it was red flag.
Yeah.
We saw a couple of 3 years ago when Alex Buncombe had his issue. His issue was a rear wheel nut, I think it became detached. So we're only into this session, what, 5.5 minutes, and we've already now had a major incident in the exit of Eau Rouge on the climb up. As we go into the Nissan garage, they know that they're going to have to get a car back, and going to be a lot of work, and that's all front end damage, which will be a different problem because the chassis legs and the location for the engine, the Nissan doesn't have a very low set. Jonathan Buncombe there, Alex Buncombe.
Chris Buncombe in the middle.
Yeah, well, why is it not with Jensen? Or Jensen was doing some events at the weekend. I mean, he's his buddy.
Yeah.
Anyway, a lot of work.
Oh,
that car is going to need a full night tonight and a full day on Friday to get it back to a race condition.
Absolutely.
Front end damage normally is more difficult to repair than are we going to get to see a replay or not? No, this is just a live picture. So the track is now empty. Here we go. Comes down, takes a lot of curb on the inside. Oh, something went wrong at the back of the car.
Can't turn.
Oh, the front is the right. Sorry, the left front. The left front is gone.
Oh,
that was a big
huge.
hit. That's a big hit, almost. I mean, you're just sitting there. You've nothing you can do. That left front. So that was a. Are we on board?
We are.
Oh, it sounds to me that's either a tyre has been going down or something has gone and cut through the tyre. That was a very rapid change from the car being in control entering to the point where it was on the exit, and that was just simply a passenger.
Vitali's out of the car. So although the graphic said Matt Simmons, the timing screen says Matt Parry. We will await confirmation just to confirm which of the Matts it was.
So the clock has stopped.
As it would for a qualifying session, yeah.
So I wonder how long this is going to take. And look, you can see, well, that hurts. I mean, just your whole body, just the energy that suddenly is transferred all the way through. Fortunately, with modern safety harnesses and the hands and neck device, seat technology, all appears to have helped. It's just again, it's the winding of your body, the massive force of that type of impact. So seat belts, you will be bruised from the seat belts.
So Matt Parry, thankfully out of the car. Matt Simmons walked away. Drew and Moore looking on, concerned for their colleague, concerned for the state of the car, of course.
Absolutely. I mean, the colleague, it's most... Now, let's look and see. Now, he went over the curb. Now, did he cut the tyre down on the curb? Because all of a sudden, look, just there, something comes out, something flies out from the left of the car. But at this point, there is no contact. It's a rim contact, and you can see the smoke pouring off it.
Yeah.
So there was not a great deal. I mean, he was probably trying to slow the car down as best he could on the brakes. But when you've got a tyre like that, the car's imbalanced. So let's again watch the onboard. Listen. It's gone there. Now, was that a suspension as a consequence of maybe being a little bit ambitious with the curbing? I don't know. It's very difficult. We need to see if there's something that team can tell us.
There's a concerned Bob Neville.
Absolutely.
In the white hat.
Yeah.
Understandably
that was a
concerned.
big hit.
Yeah.
And that was a serious... I mean, the rear hit of Kobayashi was one thing. That absorbs it, but you're sitting there...
Just waiting.
Just waiting, yeah.
So any plan you have for this session has just gone out of the window, as it has for the rest of the weekend, because they've got to repair this car first of all, It also, of course, makes the night longer for the teams because you have, with it being a qualifying session, as John said, you've stopped the clock. So we'll run long past midnight now because of this delay as they try and get the car out of harm's way. You can see all the liquid that's come out of the front of it. Big, big damage.
Yeah, I mean, I suspect you can see, I mean, just from these pictures that the whole, the left side structure, particularly, it was the left side that took the biggest impact. And the driver sits, I think, on the left-hand side of the Nissan anyway.
Correct, yes.
So the right wheel is still attached, but it's all around the left front. There are parts of the... Yeah.
Big, big damage. Bob Neville, I understand, will talk to us in due course,
Yes.
but not just yet,
No,
because they're still
fully-
trying to get to the bottom of exactly what caused it. There's not a lot he can tell us just now.
No, and they need to get the car back, and what they need to do is examine the on-board footage and the track footage, because suddenly there was a very rapid deflation. It was either as a consequence, because Matt Parry ran a lot of the curb on the inside, which everybody does, and then very shortly thereafter you could hear that was metal to tarmac. There was the tire just had gone, or maybe something was damaged going over the curb than that then in itself. So it's all speculation on our part, but the more important concern is that Matt Parry is fine. The car can be repaired, and Matt will no doubt be taken off to the medical centre just precautionary, just to check that everything is fine, that he hasn't got anything that is secondary that we are not aware of. But he looked to get out of the car, you know, very shaken.
Indeed.
But he was moving under his own momentum.
Nissan has tweeted, red flag in night qualifying. Unfortunately, it's the number 22 car. Matt Parry has reported saying he is okay. More news to follow. So as soon as we have it, we'll pass it on.
Well, there you can see the tension on the face of Bob Neville, as with Struan Moore and Alex Buncombe, because frankly, they also want to know. You know, is this something that was a one-off? Was it something that was caused by Matt Parry? We don't know, so you're looking to try and get an answer. And of course, until they can get the car back, they won't be able to examine it. So
Clear-up operation continues. It's not just the car out of the way, of course. It's all the bits of debris, bits of bodywork that you don't want anybody else to run over and puncture a tire themselves on the outside of the road.
No, I mean, luckily, I would think the majority of the bodywork that was fundamentally trashed would have been pretty much contained within the tyre barrier behind, but there will be a residual stuff.
Exactly.
And there's fluid. There may have been fluid in the tyre wall. I mean, there had been raining, so they sometimes,
retain the water, don't they?
retain the water. But also, with the damage to the cooling, the front of the Nissan, there will be that as well, and there may be oil into the bargain. So
there's the liquid.
Yeah, there's loads of it.
Track sweeper on its way, I think, to its place. The marshal's going back on post. So let's try and have another look and see if we can do a little bit more sleuthing as to what exactly happened. Here we go from one angle.
Yeah, just suddenly the car just snaps, and
yeah,
I mean, the car really didn't lose.
It was unabated speed, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's just gone. You can see it literally. It's just at the point where you're beginning to climb. Just at the point where you're beginning, you can see the marks on the racetrack. That's been there for years. So again, on board, he took a lot of curbing. At that point, then it's gone, and he's just sitting there.
And at full speed, there's hardly any retardation at all.
No,
but there's
I mean,
the best news. Matt Parry is out of the car.
That's about as quick as you want to go into a tyre barrier. So now the process of the car is on its way back to the Nissan team, and they will no doubt get all over it and see what they can conclude, I suspect. And also, it's more important, I think, to wait for Matt to get back to the team and get his opinion as to what was the problem. So it's going to be a few more minutes, maybe up to half an hour, I think, before this session can recommence. And we're still an hour and 54 minutes to go. So the cut-off point for the session, had it gone normally and had not any stops, was going to be midnight. So I think we're going to see the session, well, I would anticipate it continuing on, assuming we have no more track issues, certainly as far as 12:30. So as David was pointing out, this puts another pressure onto the team because those that are going to be working will be starting later.
Let's hear from Andrew Watson, 20th. He's on the bubble, isn't he, being knocked out of Superpole, and he's with Dakota.
Andrew, now you're currently 20th. That's quite a difficult place to be.
Yeah, it's going to be a long hour and 50 minutes. I just said that to the team. I'd absolutely love to get through the Superpole. It'd be a tick off my bucket list. I got to do the parade into town on Wednesday. I drove the car in, so that was cool. So now getting to do Superpole would be really nice, but I don't think we'll stay there, you know. I got the maximum out of the car, so wherever we finish, we finish. Even if we don't get through the Superpole, you know, we're in the mix for the race. We're starting towards the front end, so the Mercedes showed last year that, you know, you don't have to start at the front to win this race, so we'll just concentrate on doing a good job on Saturday, but now Superpole would be cool.
Now, you got into a bit of trouble with track limits earlier and a penalty for that. Have you learnt your lesson?
Yeah, well, it's the penalties are split across the car, so it wasn't all me. I'm not going to call my teammates out, but yeah, it was a team effort, that one.
Now, tell me a little bit about track limits. Is it really hard to obey the track limits of this kind of a track?
Yeah, it's difficult. I mean, obviously everyone's trying as hard as they can and pushing to the limits, so, you know, it's such fine margins, especially there's a lot of time to be gained through Radeon, so it's good that they're being strict about it, and all that we want is consistency, so we can't argue too much.
Okay, great. Good luck. Thank you.
Andrew Watson then, who came 2 years ago really into GT racing out of the Ginetta Super Cup, supporting the British Touring Car Championship, has developed into a very, very good GT racer in a short space of time. We will be in action again in less than 10 minutes. And he's making the point there that it's not just down to one driver, it is cumulative across all three, and it's the car that gets penalised, but he did a bit, other drivers did a bit.
Yeah, I mean, it's always the driver that's in the car that he made one, you know, a track limit penalty, but it's the build-up over the other driver, or one other driver.
Yeah.
So, I mean, Andrew would have done it once because otherwise the car would have had the penalty earlier.
Yes, Andrews was the straw that did for the camel's back, wasn't it?
So, I mean, he wasn't the consistent abuser of track limits, but he was with his teammates, whether it was both of them or one of them. But unfortunately for Andrew, he was the driver in the car at the point when the penalty was applied. And they're sort of, as they say, mud sticks.
Yes.
But he's not guilty of anything any more than any of his other teammates are. They all contributed, so they will take the responsibility.
Indeed so. But the point he was making, 20th, he's vulnerable because he's only 51 thousandths of a second ahead of the next car, which is Porsche number 912, which did have Sven Müller behind the wheel of it. So let's see what happens on the restart. Of course, it's possible that 59 might improve its time and get further up the top 20, but Andrew was suggesting that they're at risk, and he's not expecting to be in Superpole, but boy, would he love to do so.
Yeah, I mean, he was quite clear that he thought he got the maximum out of the car. So he's got Jasmine Jafar, who, I mean, you have to say, a little bit more experience in GT racing. Whether he's any quicker than Andrew, a mute point. And then you've got Peter Schoenhorst. So three probably fairly evenly matched drivers. And Andrew did a blinding job if you think back to the sprint race in Zolder.
Absolutely.
And he got the car on the front row of the grid. I think he might have had pole position. So, you know, he's developing natural pace, I mean, and really good pace. So that comes with confidence, and that breeds confidence.
But he also got done for track limits there, didn't he? He was pinged for track limits.
He did, but
unfortunately,
the thing that was the most difficult was that when the race started, he wasn't squarely in the start box, and that was the first issue. And you know, but it's all lessons learned. The problem is, you know, having done all the hard yards to get the car in the front row of the grid, to have you know, a pointless, a needless error like that, and the penalty that goes with it. So
well, let's see what happens in this session, which will get underway in 6 minutes time, give or take, and it will run for an hour and 54 minutes. Let's head back down to the pit lane though before we get underway. Chris Harris, journalist, broadcaster and McLaren racer this weekend. He drives the Garage 59 entry.
Chris, now you were tweeting about the parade. Was that spectacular or what?
That's mega, wasn't it? To see all those cars on the public highway, I think it's a wonderful change from normal racing.
And Alex, what did you think about it?
It was awesome driving a car on the main roads. I'm not sure I would like to have it as my main daily driver, but it's a fun thing to do on the public roads.
There was just so many people down here. The atmosphere was great. The drivers are great. The cars look great.
There's something really naughty about a racing car being on the road. I think we all just feel it's like you're breaking some rules with the blessing of the local authorities. So, and the crowds love the cars. Loads of people came out, more than I thought. And also, what I really like, lots of little people, lots of kids climbing over the race cars, indoctrinating the next generation so they become addicted to motorsport.
I absolutely love that as well. Let's encourage the youngsters. Now, Chris has gone to the stewards. Why?
Oh, can I say that one?
Yeah.
The naughty boy got caught speeding in the pit lane. A serious matter, I know, we shouldn't make light of it. But Mr. Goodwin is normally, he's first out the taxi, last into the bar, so this will sting for him. I think it was a few €100, but there we go. We shouldn't have happened. I think it was just a problem coming into the pit lane a bit late on the limiter. Happens to us all. There's a lot going on. We're old men. We're quite simple as well. When you come into the pit lane, you're being shouted at to do this and this, turn that off, hit that button. It's not old-fashioned stuff, is it?
It's quite a lot going on. Now, Alex, you haven't had too much driving experience, but I know you're trying to gain a bit more experience. What's it like driving at Spa in the night?
Well, I don't know yet. I'll figure that one out very, very soon. I've driven at the night here before, but it's very cool. A little bit tougher if it's raining, which I hope it won't, but it's Spa, so it probably will. You just have to deal with it as it comes. I think it will be fun. And just stay out of trouble. I think that's what Chris has been telling me. As long as we stay out of trouble, we will be okay.
Chris, are you worried about Eau Rouge? Flat?
Flat. I think it's flat about Eau Rouge for us. We stop, we brake hard, down 4 gears, cup of tea, biscuits, then crawl up the hill again. No, we have a lift, obviously, and we have a lift in Blancpain too, and we'll be fine. We've just got to stay out of trouble. I looked at that photo again, right? Everyone that seems to be a good GT driver is here. It's just an honour to be here. We're not going to be as quick as them, but if we carry on circulating and they get all punchy and spend lots of time in the pits, we stand the chance.
I hope you do too. Let's see how you boys go. Thank you very much.
So Chris Harris, Alexander West, along with Bradley Ellis and the speedy Chris Goodwin for number 188 McLaren. Very unlike
Chris just puts it on the McLaren bill, expenses, He's not paying it. But anyway, Chris explained, there's a lot going on when you're coming into the pit lane. There's a lot of switches that need to be adjusted, applied, whatever.
Just to make the point, we've gone green. We're ahead of schedule because the race director put on the screen while we were hearing from the McLaren drivers. Session will restart on short notice. He's not wasting any time. It's been a long day for everybody, so crack on, and we have cracked on. So we're back in business, and the clock ticks on down to get to the end of this night qualifying session, barring any more dramas.
Yep, an hour 52 to go. But going back to the point that Chris Harris was making, this car, the 188 Garage 59 McLaren, they know they're not going to compete at the front, but what they want to do is do the best they can. And I think Chris was quite right in saying, mitigate all the potential things that could get you into trouble. So don't do something which is marginal. You've got a lot of quicker cars will be at different points, dive bombing you, trying to get upside, alongside, underneath you, over you, whatever. Just be consistent. If you're in the middle of the road, stay in the middle of the road. If you're on the left, stay on the left. On the right, stay on the right. It's when drivers are inconsistent, then it is a frustration for the quicker cars. And that's when incidents more likely will occur.
And now, look at just how dark Spa is. There is artificial lighting at certain parts of the circuit, but out here, going through Speaker's Corner, down towards Pouin, it really is a step into the unknown.
I mean, it's a commentator's dream, isn't it? We can't see a thing. Who's that? Who's that?
Well, it's that GT3 car. I'm going Ferrari. Oh, it was. Davide Rigon.
Well done.
Stroke of luck. Right, Davide Rigon's car with Victor Scheiter and Miguel Molina out on track. And that's 24 fastest. So that's one that's needing to go faster in this part of qualifying and break into the top 20.
If you want to go fast, do it now, because the track is essentially pretty empty. And as long as you get your spots and you don't, a lot of drivers love this period. Other drivers are not keen on nighttime racing. And, sometimes when you've got a round circuit, you've got these very bright illuminated signs, and they bounce back into your eyes, and they make you sort of squint and blink. I don't think Spa has got too many of those, but here he comes now, about to go on to a flying lap. So let's see what the young Italian Ferrari star can do. Green flag is waved at the start-finish line, so he begins the run up into La Source. Bit of debris in the road, but not on the line. Good traction off La Source, 4th gear, 5th.
Plunges downhill past the endurance pits.
Yeah.
This is where Matt Parry had his drama. Climb up the other side. Now foot nailed to the boards up through Raidillon. And are we going to see any improvements now in lap times before the track gets really busy up towards Les Combes? And of course, now you're seeing the purpose of this session, to give the drivers a chance to experience what Spa is like before, of course, and he goes up the curb there at Les Combes before you get to this element of the race on Saturday night, going into the darkness. They have also, of course, had the Paul Ricard race going into the darkness, so they have had some night racing coming here anyway.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the difference in Spa-Francorchamps is it is surrounded by forest, so there's not as much natural or ambient light. I mean, at Paul Ricard, even at midnight, you still have the sense that there's a bit of the sky somewhere. I mean, it's dark, but there was just inherently more light around the racetrack. Here, you're driving through a racetrack which is surrounded by trees, dropping down, climbing up. So it is fundamentally darker than Paul Ricard would have been just a month ago. And of course, at the time Paul Ricard was being run, we were just past the longest day of the year. So,
yeah, that's true.
Already now we're coming up to the end of July. I mean, I noticed it this morning when I was getting up at some ridiculous hour. It was virtually dark, where a month ago it was almost full light.
Yeah. So it's another element to test the teams. This race that's always had this traditional end of July slot, whether it's been for touring cars or GT cars. It was, of course, part of the FIA GT Championship for many, many years. When GT1 World Championship was launched, the event was reinvented again for a mixture of GT2, GT3 and GT4, and from that was born the Blancpain Endurance Series, and the Spa 24 Hours has been a blue ribbon event in that calendar. So we are live again. We've got an hour and 47 minutes of this session to go. David Rigon went over the timing line. He did a 2:21, so we're not yet on a daytime qualifying, an evening qualifying pace.
No, and now he's confronted with a load of traffic ahead of him, which, as we look at if you want to talk about motor racing, the developments of technologies in motor racing, just look at the headlight or the lighting technology that we've got. These are all, they're not quite lasers, but I mean, they've got almost the power of a laser.
Sparks fly, cars on a heavy fuel load up the curb, the man filter HTP Mercedes going through the shot. I mean, the pictures tell the story themselves, don't they? It is just so spectacular. And a little while ago we were looking at that corner in the sunshine, and now it's got a completely different feel. It looks narrower for one thing, doesn't it, as you try and work out where that strip of tarmac is.
Yes, but to some degree I think that actually is part of the reason why I think driving in these conditions makes you a better driver, because you don't have the option through peripheral vision of knowing how much outside the racetrack there is if you do it slightly wrong. So I feel, and now looking at the Ferrari, the 50 Ferrari got it wrong in Fagnes, ran very wide and had to go the long way around the first part, or he was just getting out of the way. But I think that was an error from the 50 Ferrari, showing Alessandro Pierguidi behind the wheel, but we need to get that confirmed as the Mercedes thunders its way back up from the lowest part of this circuit all the way back up to the highest part.
So through Blanchimont, down now towards Les Combes, to the bus stop, I should say, and 48 Mercedes is another trying to get itself into the mix. Another regular car in both Blancpain and the ADAC GT Championship. It's the Dutch driver, Indy Donischer, at the wheel of it. Why is he called Indy? Father was a big fan of the Indianapolis 500, so hence Indy was the given name for his first of two boys. Milan Donischer, his younger brother, racing in the Audi Sport TT Cup these days. Indy Donischer then downhill past the endurance pits on towards Eau Rouge once again. Nobody yet improving a lap time. Not everybody out either.
No, and I'm just wondering if, let's say, the top 10, and there's just over 0.3 of a second between first and 10th, other than going out and cycling your drivers through their mandatory 3 flying laps, do they need to do any more? It's only if there's a challenge coming from somebody further down through the field that they may feel that they need to go out. 20th place now is the 63 Lamborghini, and Andrew Watson is down to 22nd.
Yeah.
Number 4, Black Falcon, Lucas Stoltz, Andrew Christodoulou, and Hjalmar Berman has down to 21st.
And we've also got Christopher Hauser and Jamie Green on the same time, 2:19.026. So to 1,000th, you've got people tied on times. You're with Vincent Abriel at the moment, getting an idea of what you can or can't see as you try and work your way through Spa. And this is where track knowledge is so important as well, isn't it?
It is track knowledge, and it's another factor is going back to this thing about, are you comfortable driving in these conditions? Some drivers really, really relish, part of the attraction of 24-hour events is the nighttime driving. So it got fully dark here, let's say just around about 10 o'clock. It'll be fully light here, probably around about 5:30 in the morning. So it's about 7.5 hours of proper darkness.
And some of the teams will keep a driver for his nighttime ability. In a Pro-Am car, you might keep your most am of ams out of the night and use one of the more experienced drivers. There are all these different ways of playing the strategy.
Yes, and I mean, and that's, if you want to make the best of your partnership, your lineup, then you use your strengths appropriately.
One that we haven't yet touched on, John, just better do this quickly. Jordan Pepper, who is in the number 9 Bentley. He was 33rd. He's now 6th fastest. So number 9, the abbed yellow Bentley, 33rd to 6th. Kaboom! That's another one into the mix, doesn't it?
Ka-ching! That is, and he's right on the tail of the number 8 Bentley, the Maxime Soulet, who is currently 5th. So Bentley's momentarily. Oh, look at that! Oh, you can see a puff of smoke coming from the rear of the Ferrari. It just squeezed down the inside. That had all the makings of.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Up all over the rumble strips as well. Is it me, or does it look darker than it did this time last year? There just seems to be less artificial lighting around the circuit, and it's, I know this sounds corny, it's properly dark.
It is, because the cloud cover is quite a dense cloud cover, so whatever light there might have been, residual light, isn't getting through. It feels much darker, given that it's now coming up to 10:30 in the evening, than it did from memory a year ago.
Lewis Williamson at the wheel of the 42 McLaren at the moment. And we're getting lap times cancelled, presumably for track limits. It is number 14, the Costa Ortelli Frey Jaguar, that has been pinged.
It's amazing that at night time that you can, I mean, you might think at night time you can sort of get away with things. So other marshals at every corner literally clocking every car.
Andrew Watson's had a lap time cancelled as well. Oh no, Andrew, what are you doing to us?
Well, Andrew is in 22nd place. His last lap was a 52.4. So that was, no, that can't be right.
Well, he's had his lap time cancelled, so it goes back to his out lap, which will include the stoppage. So it's about 20 minutes or so. We'll see what he can do from here on in. 42 McLaren. Lewis Williamson at the wheel of it. Down towards the bus stop. Clock ticks away. Personal best in sectors, though, on this lap. 39th it is. And up towards the timing line. Let's see whether he's going to stay there.
up to 10th. Oh.
No, stage where he is. I think
about?
10th in this element maybe,
Oh,
but
okay.
overall still 39th.
Okay, yeah.
2:19.901. Yeah,
that's
so
confusing because the time that's coming up on the screen is relevant to the session.
Yes.
But not to the overall.
Yeah. So our timing screens give us the earlier session and this session, so we can compare the two, and that changes the overall situation, of course, as required. Johnny Adams, Pro-Am pole for 7th, ahead of Sven Muller, 23rd. Even though it's tight, that's a lot of cars between them, and at the moment there's only one Pro-Am entry going into Superpole.
And usually it's Johnny Adams as the driver. Nissan have bounced back after the loss of one of their cars. Strong run by Lucas Ordóñez, up into 8th position. Last 2 minutes 18.924. So that's something for the team from Didcot to be, I suppose, happier about, but nevertheless, a lot of work to be carried out on the number 22 car.
So we are having 1 or 2 improvements. We've not yet had everybody go out even. So, for example, 55 Ferrari, that might be one to go and investigate. The Collado Chiocci Fisichella car, we saw that being worked on in the pit lane. That hasn't gone out yet. Nor has 84 Franck Pereira. 53, which is the Andrea Bertolini Ferrari, still in its pit box. So also, well, we know Matt Parry went out but didn't do a time. Mark Lieb hasn't done very much.
To be fair, not many have done very much.
No, in terms of laps, no. I mean, we've got some that, as I say, haven't even gone out yet. Or haven't done a time, certainly. And we don't expect 0-0, do we, either? The Kobayashi car, after all that's damage from earlier on, so that's gone.
That's going to be a 24, if not 36-hour rebuild job. But you can just see how dark it is on the return up to the bus stop chicane. There's no light whatsoever on the other side of the racetrack. All you've got is the light reflecting off the wall on the outside of the circuit as you come up the hill, and you're relying on the number of lights. Some teams fit additional lighting to their car to give the driver that little bit better spread, so they'll not necessarily be looking down the road, they'll be looking out to the side to help the driver pick up an apex with a little bit more precision.
So 51 Ferrari out of La Source, plunging downhill. So we talked about Pro-Am Johnny Adam. Fastest in Am still is 888 Ferrari. David Perel currently at the wheel of that car. We saw Marco Zanutini behind the wheel of it a little earlier on.
I think there are 8 AMs in total this weekend. Pro-Am, very powerful, very strong, and the pro category, understandably. So, I mean, I don't think, is Steve Earle, is he here this weekend?
Not in the 24 hours, as far as I can recall, but he is doing the 2
he's doing the
sports club races, the Blancpain Gentlemen.
He's always been a stalwart of the event itself, the 24-hour event. Maximilian Buch.
Now this will be interesting because that car's joined in late. It's still shown as Franck Pereira on the screen, but that graphic says Maxi Buch. I'm going with the timing screen because it was the graphics were wrong over the Matt Simmons, Matt Parry situation. I think the driver graphic that you get is from the entry list, not from the transponder, strangely. So we'll just wait and see at the end of this next lap whether it confirms that it's Franck Pereira. But that car now does go out, and we'll start seeing proper lap times from it.
40.1 from Sector 1, so coming up close to the end of the second sector. It'll be just after the exit of Campus Corner. So it comes across the second sector line any second now, and hurry up, come on, there we are. So is it Maximilian Buch? Is it Franck Pereira? Hard to tell, you can't see the helmet, can you?
Well, I'm going with the transponder. It says Franck Pereira at the moment. Got some more shuffling lower down. Lewis Williamson has gone second in Pro-Am in the McLaren 42, 2:19, 2:19. So Lewis Williamson up to 24th now. as it now does correct itself on that graphic to say Maxi Book up towards the timing line.
So they've got to try and beat the 118.9. No, he's not going to do it. 3 seconds away, 2:21. So the time set in the first session when it was daylight for the 84 HTP Mercedes has not yet been challenged in the opening moments, an hour 19 or so to go, and still track not desperately busy. Lap 7, car 43 cancelled. Lap 5, car 25 cancelled. So still the drivers are using more of the curbing than they should be permitted to do. There's the car that is still the quickest overall, Eduardo Mortara, behind the wheel in its new blue and white livery. It looks, I think, just about right to go quickest or be quickest currently. So let's see what Mortara can do as he begins the descent out of La Source and just drops away. If you try to walk up that incline and then you get, well, you start at the very bottom in Eau Rouge. Mercedes looks really planted coming up through Eau Rouge. Confidence, inspiring, nothing that's nervy or twitchy, nothing that's going to make the driver feel uncomfortable and therefore make him less inclined to make a commitment. So just a little bit of curb on the inside, a little bit more curb coming through the middle part of Les Combes, then running out over the exit again, not doing anything that would get anybody's attention, then the braking downhill into Bruxelles. It's a frustrating corner because there's no line that you have to say that is the definitive line. And once again, then running pretty wide coming out of the corner with no name, down the hill, dab of the brakes, down one gear certainly, into Pujol. Getting the entry is the key, because then you can let the car run out wide, then it almost naturally follows that trajectory back and gets your second apex. And then before you know it, you're down into Fagnes. You want to keep as tight to the right as you come out of the first part of Fagnes to give you the best exit possible through the left-hand part, and the short little sprint down to Campos. Use a little bit of curb in the middle, let the car run out. As we were mentioning, the AstroTurf on the outside will hold moisture, so you don't want to get onto that. You don't want to spin up a wheel. Through the curb, Paul Frere, and then up the hill, personal best for Mortara in the middle sector. We can't quite hear whether that was a lift or just a breathe. There's a difference. A lift is when you come off the throttle. A breathe is where you take part of the throttle, then into the bus stop, the right-hand part, then slower in, quicker out is always the best way. And particularly if you're on your own, you're not going to be bothered by anybody else. So a 2:21 seems to be the pace for both the 84 Mercedes and the 90 at this moment.
The fastest in this element of qualifying is the number 2 Audi, Conor de Filippi, who has done a 2:18.752. Jordan Pepper, second fastest, number 9 Bentley, third Alex Buncombe in the Nissan, if you take this night qualifying in isolation.
Yep.
On board with 63 Lamborghini.
A lot of off on throttle. You know, it's
Andrea Caldarelli at the wheel.
Yeah, which tends to be unsettling. If you're a little bit aggressive on the throttle, it makes the car yaw. You can lift off to make the car tighten the line or the exit, particularly of a corner, but you don't want to be doing it too often, because then the car gets into a kind of hop, skip and a jump. Runs wide on the exit of Pujol. Had to check it momentarily to stop it getting too far wide.
Not too much traffic on this lap, is there? He's catching it, I'll grant you.
Yeah, he's catching it.
So far, so good.
It's always nice to have traffic that you're catching, but then the problem comes if you've caught it. at the worst part of the racetrack, then all the good work that you've been achieving all the way around the lap up to that point can just be blown. Listen, imagine have breakup on here when he's flat out or not. Well, there's no brake.
No, absolutely.
So he's probably having either a lift or a breathe on the throttle, just to, it's a confidence thing to check the throttle. He's into the pit lane. And look at the red, that cherry red glow from those two exhaust pipes. That's running pretty lean.
An hour and 14 still to go in this part of the qualifying. We're still working to get our top 20. Mirko Bortolotti's time from Q1 standing in that car 2:19, and you've just seen it go to the pit lane, but it's 21st, so they miss out by 5,000ths at the moment.
Well, I mean, for me, everybody's got to get their cycle the drivers through at the earliest opportunity. And then, depending on the time left, depending on what you feel you can achieve, and somebody like Bortolotti, I have to guarantee, will want to put on a fresh set of tyres before this session ends and go out and have a shot at certainly getting into the top 20. Where he would be in the top 20 probably isn't, because once you're into the top 20 shootout, that will then be the top 20 grid positions. This is just to get you there.
Yeah,
so he
sure.
needs to be in the top 20, whether he's 20th or 1st. It's what happens then on Friday evening when we have that shootout.
Alex Buncombe, you're riding with.
Ah, there are plenty of dark lanes around Somerset.
He's a master of all this.
Oh, tell me about it.
So, down out of Pouhon he turns. And of course, the Buncombe family with a long history in the Spa 24 Hours. His father, Jonathan Buncombe, raced here many, many times in the European Touring Car Championship days. He was a regular in Equipe SO Capri's with the likes of Vince Woodman, for example. Jonathan, who you saw in the pit lane a little bit earlier on with Alex and Chris, his two boys. Alex's grandfather used to race as well, John Buncombe, so it's a family steeped in motor racing, and the next generation is here as well, isn't it? Morgan, Alex's son, is looking to go into, I'm sure, Ginetta Junior racing in the next 14 years, if not less. So he's got traffic ahead now at the end of the lap, down towards the chicane at the bus stop. You've got Matt Griffin's Ferrari up the road, tries to let the traffic go.
I mean, he's got a chance, having just compromised the field behind. He's got a chance now of getting a clean run through La Source, up through Eau Rouge, and with the speed, straight line speed that we know the Nissan has got, get through some of the traffic that is ahead of him, and maybe in the process pick up a little bit of an aerodynamic tow. But it's all ifs, ands, or buts.
Indeed. Conor De Filippi still the fastest in this part of qualifying. Alex Buncombe still third. How's Felix Sorales getting on? 88 in the Mercedes. Quite a long way down at the moment in terms of this session.
There's something hasn't kicked in really in this session, apart from the Bentley number 9, couple of others hovering around the bottom of the top 20. I'm not feeling that there's a lot more pace to come from those top 20 cars right now. We're really going to have to look at those just outside the top 20 to see if they can. And you're talking about the 63 Lamborghini, the 4 Mercedes, the 59 McLaren, 85 Mercedes, 72 Ferrari.
I mean, even this Mercedes, 33rd in this part of qualifying, is Felix Sorales. He's a long, long way down.
Well, I mean, maybe just they're happy with what they've got. They're just going to go through the process, give the drivers. I mean, ideally, you want to do more than 3 laps. But, oh, there's 77.
That's Adrian Amstutz at the wheel.
Yeah, and he's decided to go into the pit lane. It's a rather odd way of doing so, but he obviously got in a bit of trouble, and that answer is to go straight back into the pit lane and sit down and think about it.
Now, we still have a yellow flag in Sector 2 And this is sector 3, where he had his moment. So there's something else that's happened, and Amstutz got clobbered, didn't he, by one of the BMWs there. Is that 98? Yes, that did the clobbering. And 98 at the moment is Bruno Spengler.
And unfortunately, Bruno Spengler will be perceived to be the guilty party because Adrian Amstutz is an AM, or is he an AM? Yeah, he's an AM.
Yeah, within Pro-Am, yeah.
So,
Albert Costa suddenly found him facing the wrong way.
Yeah. So the pro driver, the onus in overtaking is now totally with the pro driver.
Yeah.
So whether that will cop a penalty, a fine probably, because the control of that situation now lies, as I say, with the pro driver, not the AM driver, which sometimes isn't, I think, fair, but it's one way of trying to have consistency within who has got right and who should know better.
It was another point that Stefan Rattel brought up at the drivers' briefing last night. He said to this almost football crowd audience that he had of so many drivers and team managers, respect the amateur driver. The cars have stickers on the back, pro, pro-am, am. You know who you're coming up against. Respect the amateur racers. That message is being drilled home, and the stewards know that, and they too are there with this raft of penalties. And as you say, if it's pro on pro, it's different from a pro on an am, for example.
Yeah, well, actually, that Adrian Amstutz, that's a pro-am car.
Yeah.
So,
and he's the am against
he's
the
am,
pros,
but
isn't he?
The BMW wouldn't have known who was in the car.
Now, number 14 Jaguar you're looking at the moment. It was Albert Costa, I think we discovered at the wheel of it when he was avoiding spinning cars. And it remains the Spaniard. Let's ride with him.
Good time, 2:19.4. But not good enough on merit to get into the top. Well, a 2:19.4, actually, well, you wouldn't get into the top 30 with that.
No.
But we haven't seen that many times below 2:20 in this session, so when it pops up, you can kind of get a bit excited.
You're right about it not having really clicked yet.
No, it's not, this session has not come alive.
No, you're right. Ride with the Jaguar, though, up towards Les Combes. I was going to say, look at what he can see, but you can't see much, can you?
Well, I have to say, the lights in the Jaguar, maybe it's just the illusion from where the cameras are mounted in the car. It doesn't look to have the degree of illumination that some of the competitors have. All sorts of noises emanating from within the car. I mean,
it's got enough lights at the front.
Yeah,
but
they just don't have the power.
No.
They don't seem to have that sort of... I mean, you look at there coming down the hill, they don't seem to have the same, what's it, not candles, candle power, whatever the expression is. They're coming down the hill, there's only when the camera just catches it briefly, but other cars clearly have got much greater lighting power than they were seeing in the 14 Jaguar.
It's like having your side lights on, not your main beam, isn't it? You need proper xenon lights here, but he's going to try and get round the outside of the sister car. That was brave. Whoa, did it, but got through.
But Albert Costa's a good driver.
Yeah.
But what he couldn't do is, he couldn't control the car he was coming up behind.
So he manages to get round the traffic. Brave stuff, this, but visibility is pretty minimal.
Yeah, but also a personal best in second sector, in spite of having to make his way the long way around the car going into Fagnes. So, Albert Costa, last lap was at 2:19, wasn't good enough to get to the top 30. Let's have a look and see through Blanchemont.
Into the bus stop.
So,
9th in this session, 2:19.417.
This is going to be a little bit quicker, but isn't any 2:19.3.
So it's a 10th better, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. I mean, that's moved him up about 3 places in this session in terms of.
So he's still in the top 20, which is the main thing. So this car in Superpole will be interesting to judge its pace.
Incident between 77 and 98 under investigation. Well,
imagine that.
Oh, I can't think. I can't think.
Spengler on Amstutz, no surprise. Pro against Am. Place your bets. Also, we've had a lap for number 25 cancelled. 25 is the Winkelhock House of Gunon Audi. who is currently at the wheel of 25, who is the guilty party. It's back to track limits, of course, and Marcus Winkelhoch it is at the wheel.
Strange.
Yeah, winner in sprint at Zolder. That almost looks like rain, doesn't it, as well as they head up the hill? It's not, but camera playing tricks. Right, their 60th is 991, which is Gregory Pace at the moment. No further action between Spengler.
Interesting. That's... Yeah, I mean, well, we saw a little incident at Paul Ricard, which was much the same as that, and the pro driver got a drive-through penalty. But obviously, on this occasion, it was deemed to be an incident where no further action was required. Now, Eric Hillary, would that be his call? He's the
driving standards advisor. So, yeah, the stewards might say, "We'll have a look. What do you think?"
Yeah.
And he will say, "Well, it's one of those things," or he will say, "No, he's definitely at fault. You need to go and take action."
Yeah, but as you pointed out a minute ago, our leader, Stefan Rottal, made it abundantly clear any incident involving an AM, particularly if you're coming from behind and you bump into him, it's the pro's going to be the guilty party.
But that's, one assumes, why you have that driving standards advisor to say, yeah, but hang on a minute, factor in that it's dark.
Did anybody
total
tell our
speed
boss
is this,
that?
and
don't go there.
It's a tough call either way, whether you're the steward, the driving standards advisor, the race director, you're going to offend somebody.
I think the point I'm trying to say is, I think drivers want consistency.
Yeah.
Because they'll look at that and say, well, why would I be penalised for something which was no worse than an incident? And that's, I mean, this is across the board. This is not just within the Blancpain Sprint and Endurance Championship. It is an issue, and I had this conversation much earlier today with Emanuele Pirro, who is an FIA steward and looks after Formula 3 and is here. I don't think he's contributing to the stewarding here, but he's with the Formula 3 event. He's certainly got an overview of it. And
yes, he's one of the stewards for that.
He's one of the more enlightened former Grand Prix drivers and sports car drivers who actually has got a very good brain and understands.
Yes, Formula 3 a couple of years ago, just digressing for a minute, had this spate of big accidents, and Emanuele came here as part of the stewarding team and gave the drivers not a talking to in a rather condescending, patronising way, but talking driver to driver, and said, instead of doing this, think about that, think about the consequences of this, don't just go for that one moment, just think a bit more broadly. And all the drivers came away actually appreciating what he'd said, and it was a big hit, and that's why he's become a rather more permanent member of the F3 stewarding team.
I think that's one of the qualities that Emanuele has, is that when he does talk to you, it isn't in a patronising manner.
Now, we're almost at the halfway mark. We've got down to just over an hour of the session to go, and it is still the Raffaele Marciello time from earlier on, a 2:18.5, that is the best outright. But Conor De Filippi's 2:18.7 of this session is impressive in itself.
Yes, so that's a pretty impressive run by anybody's standards, done early in the session. Now, any vestige of light that was around once the session got started, before we had that stoppage, we're only into it about 6 minutes before we had the incident at Eau Rouge with Matt Parry and the 22 Nissan. But everything has just remained static in the top 20, basically.
It's still a bit puzzling about why
Laurent Van
Parry went to go
Thor
off like that. Sorry, yes. Van Thor is where?
Yeah, sorry, Dries Van Thor, 20th. Where's the Porker?
17th.
17th, okay. So it's in, but it's, by the skin of its teeth.
So Vantor is the one now at risk, because he is only, or that car, number 5 Audi, is only 5 thousandths up on Bortolotti. So number 63 Lambo needs 6 thousandths to get into the top 20. It sounds easy.
I'm assuming that at some point we're going to see a number of cars, number of drivers bolting on a brand new set of Pirelli rubber and going out with a clear track and attempting to get into the top 20. That's all they need to do, is get into the top 20.
I mean, you wouldn't have thought on its current season history that 63 Lamborghini would not break into the top 20.
That was the car that I mean, just dominated the early part of the season. I mean, we saw Hjalmar Berman, the performance of that car, and Paul Ricard was, I mean, it was potentially a winning car. Just they got slightly outfoxed on the pit stops, whatever, in that event. Again, the 59 McLaren, maybe not the out-and-out pace of the Lamborghini and the Mercedes, but Andrew Watson is just hovering on, breaking into the top 20. That's all he wants to do. He just wants to get there.
But as you were saying earlier on, there are so many good drivers, they physically cannot all be in that top 20.
No,
Something has got to give.
That's what's really, really tough. And there'll be a lot of disappointed people in the pit lane because they just would have, they were on the cusp but couldn't quite manage to break through. So down the hill, Spirit of Race Ferrari. Up she pops.
Of course, you're looking at the tail lights of the car ahead, and then there's an extra set coming out of the pit lane on a different line just to distract as well.
Yeah, I mean, just the way the car pops out, it is slightly, if you're not aware of what's going on, seeing a car pop out directly behind a car running at full race speed from the exit of the pit lane, it's obviously more noticeable at night time with the headlights.
Yeah.
Marco Ciocci
in 55. Long way down in this session, but third from the earlier part of qualifying.
Yeah, and a pretty comfortable third it is too. So the top six basically, other than cycling through everybody to make sure they've carried out the mandatory nighttime running and just get a feel for conditions. I think that's it. They're not going to bother.
Yeah, I'm still keeping a thought in my mind that in the last half an hour, 20 minutes, the teams might put another set on and just see what they can do. But by that stage, there might be a little bit more rubber down, but there might be a bit more debris off the track, might be a bit of gravel offline, people having run wide and brought it back on again. So it's a gamble. You get an extra set of tyres if you qualify for Super Pole, but and you can use those in the race. You can't start the race on them, but you can use them during the race. But are we going to see anybody roll the dice once more and go for it?
Well, there will be people that will do that. Those are the people that are just on the outside of the top 20, but looking at the top 6, top 7, which is including the first of the Pro-Am cars, I honestly, I don't see them doing any more than they've done. They probably feel that they would rather save tyres for when it matters, which will be at some point between 4:30 on Saturday and 4:30 on Sunday.
But also, taking this as a session, yes, there's the time that you need to be setting to get into Super Pole on the one hand, but also you've got to get through 3, and in a number of cases 4 drivers. You've got to give them those 3 laps. So how's this for an idea? You do a time early on, okay, then you'll do driver 2, driver 3, if you have it, driver 4. You've got that out of the way, you've done what you need to do, then you can start afresh, have a look and see whether or not you feel that a time might be in the car, and then you can concentrate that at the very end. So maybe this is that lull before we get to
anybody who's in the top 6, top 7, they're not going to bother, in my opinion. The ones that need to bother are the ones that are on the bottom of the top 20, 15th downwards. But those 21st, 22nd, you're up to 25th place, who are the ones that could spring that surprise and knock 15 and downwards out of the top 20. Whoa, there she goes, all over the curb. Well, that was all wrong getting into Les Combes, but nicely retrieved and gets the car straightened up, pointing in the right direction.
Alex de Mergian.
Slightly disorientating, but did well to keep the car and get the car pointing in the correct direction.
So that, of course, the Spirit of Race entry back in the right direction. 85, Mercedes also still pressing on, and that should be quick, shouldn't it, in Bauman's hands?
That's one of the outside the top 20 that naturally I would have thought would have been in the top 20. Dominic Baumann, we know his pace.
Yeah. It's Sandstrom at the wheel, but even so, he's quick, ex-Audi racer.
Yeah.
Former single-seater gun. What have we got, 55 minutes? I still think we might get to it. You know, once you've gone through the driver cycling of nighttime laps that you have to do for the regulations, then we might see the times come back into play.
Well, I'm not going to hold my breath because I think the top 6 are set, they'll just go through what they've got to do. There will be some that will no doubt do that, but fundamentally, I think the top 6 are pretty comfortable where they are, and they'll do the least they need to do, other than just give drivers time, but they're not looking for lap time, in my thoughts.
It is only 2 flying laps that you need to do in night qualifying, so
that's 4 laps altogether.
Yeah, shouldn't take that long, should it, before you can think about going into...
You're 2 minutes a lap, say 2 minutes...
Well, let's say
220 average.
Let's say an out lap's 3.
So you're looking at 8 minutes approximately.
Yeah.
Plus you're in and your out lap. So about, 12 minutes, 11 minutes.
Okay.
So should we take 3, that's 33 minutes.
Yeah. So let's take 40 minutes out of the session for the sake of argument. Yeah. That's this period.
Yeah.
Then you can go back to a gun time.
We're beyond that now. So, I mean, the only people that aren't are probably the ones that are in the AM category who are running 4 drivers. And they're the ones that most likely would need the most time, but they're not the ones that are going to be going for pole positions. They're battling in their own championship.
Absolutely, but remember those, what was it now, 3 years ago, it was a Pro-Am lockout at the front of the grid, wasn't it? The Booker Aston and the Pierre Guidi Ferrari that year.
Always a bit of an anomaly.
Yeah, well indeed, but it can happen, and at the moment there's only Johnny Adam from Pro-Am in that top 20 from earlier, as we keep saying. Another heroic effort by the Flying Scotsman. Right, back to the plot for a moment. What have we got on screen? Lots of headlights, thank you. Audi's looking pretty good, and number 1, which is the Rene Rast, Antonio Garcia, Nico Müller car, one that is in the top 20, 16th fastest. Antonio Garcia at the wheel of it, the Spaniard, ex-Aston Martin racer, been the mainstay of Corvettes for many, many seasons, and he brings the WRT car down pit lane now. Coming out of the bus stop, this is the run past the F1 pits, down towards La Source, the old Unioil Tower, and the Coca-Cola timing tower in the background of that shot, past the endurance pits, and down towards Eau Rouge comes the BMW. We've got the Rover cars, and also here the Valkenhorst Motorsport entry, one of which runs in the AM Cup for Henry Valkenhorst, Stefan Kampenhout, the Belgian driver David Scheivitz, and Ralf Overhaus, aka Werner Hamprecht, because he often races under a pseudonym of Werner Hamprecht for reasons that we never got to the bottom of, but Ralf Overhaus is his real name, and that's what he appears on the entry list as this weekend. 35 through, which is again from Pro-Am, the other Valkenhorst car, Nico Menzel, Marcus Palteler, former winner, Christian Cronjes, Matthias Henkeler. Matthias Henkeler at the wheel currently. And that's the fastest car thus far.
It is. Which of the 3 drivers is behind the wheel? What do you got in your timing and scoring in your laptop? Because we're not getting any indication from the transponders. It's just giving us the fastest driver over the session.
So I'm going into each car manually and looking at it. Michael Meadows, he's credited with driving 90 at the moment. Former double Porsche Carrera Cup GB champion.
So where's the BMW in that mix then?
It's in there somewhere. Number 90, Raffaele Marciello's time, still 2:18.562, a 10th up on number 2 of Fred Vervisch. Matthias Henkeler's BMW we're looking for the lap time out of.
So there it is, the BMW. There is the Mercedes directly behind.
With the blue aerial for identification purposes.
So can Michael Meadows eat up the BMW before they get into Blanchimont? He would certainly like to do that, but the twin-turbo V8 BMW engine is a pretty impressive bit of kit. As it makes its way up through Blanchimont, Michael Meadows runs very wide on the exit, gets it back in, so...
Yellow flag in the first sector as well, he says with some trepidation. One for the pits, Henkeler up towards the timing line, but this is now, these next few corners, the first sector. Let's try and work out who and what and where and why.
Nothing on screen to give us an indication yet as to the reason why that yellow flag is...
Oh, there it is.
It's Bentley.
It's Bentley
stopped. That's number 7.
Was it? Okay. Can it get going again?
7 or 8. One of the 2. It is 7, yes. It is.
Good spot, well done.
No, it looks like it's stopped there. It doesn't look like it's had a... You know, it's not an incident. It's just Guy Smith. Something's happened to the cars. Don't think anybody touched it. The car doesn't look like it wants to be pushed.
It's heavy and it's uphill there, but this could end up being a full course yellow to move it to a place of safety. More and more marshals are on the scene. Now, can Guy Smith get it going again? I think you're right, it's probably mechanical and he's had to pull off.
Yeah.
He's not making any effort to restart it, is he? He knows that that's going to have to go to the behind the barrier.
Of course, as in the good old days when you had a manual gear lever and a manual shift, you could put it into gear, bump start it. So much for technology. Well, that's a bit of a blow for Bentley because they're having a pretty reasonable day so far. So that car's gone behind the wall and will not take any further part in the 49 minutes remaining.
But excellent work by the marshals, because that was
did.
covered with a localised yellow. There was no full course yellow, no panic red flag. Just get on with it, move it, access gate nearby, push, all safe. Drivers respected the yellow flags. That's how it should be done. Perfect.
Well, kind of. Kind of. I wouldn't say that they, those marshals took a lot of credit for going out when there are cars approaching them at near considerable speed. And when a driver sees a yellow flag and he lifts off, he thinks because he's doing 1 mile an hour less, it's like 20 mile an hour less.
Yeah. Well, we got away with it. Cars moved. Session's live again. And improvements, as we say, are still not really there for the taking. 75 Audi pushes on. One of the two ISR entries.
Johnny Adams has just been bumped down to 8th place. Who has gone up? Bortolotti up to 6th. So Mirko has done the dirty deed, bunged a new set of rubber on the Lambo and got himself into the top 20. Well, he'll sleep well tonight, won't he?
He will. And so that pushes Dries Van Thor out of the top 20. So number 5 Audi, were it to get back in, would need to find 5 thousandths of a second. Wow.
Tough one. Who would you put in the number 5 Audi? You got Andre Lotterer, hero at Audi. Dries Van Thor, son, brother of Mega. Marcel Fassler, written the book, seen the movie, done everything.
I'd put Andre Lotterer in that car, I think, for the time, but...
Well...
We understand from Bentley, it just stopped. Don't know why yet, but it was mechanical. It has stopped, and they'll see what they can do, but they might need to get the car back, of course, and they won't do that for probably 7 minutes.
And, I mean, there's no way they can get somebody across to where the car is. And, take a diagnostic. I mean, you can't ring up the AA and get their diagnostic centre to plug in and tell you the problem.
Mirko Bortolotti, under investigation. Best sector time under a yellow flag.
Never said a word, did I?
No, you didn't. No. So we've got a yellow in sector 2, and we've got Bortolotti under investigation for setting an improvement under a yellow flag, and also 911 Porsche, which is Mark Lieb, who also you could argue should know better. He's also under investigation, best sector time under yellow.
Oh, dear me. Christopher Mies, one of the little heroes, who's had a really strong partnership in sprint with Enzo Eid. So he makes his way down through Fagnes.
And there's your yellow. It's an Audi that's facing the wrong way, I think.
Yeah, that's down at the exit of Campos. And there's a marshal there as well. Now, is he... How did he manage to rotate it? He's in the gravel. Or he's on the edge of the gravel. So that's not ideal. That's going to need assistance to get out of there.
It is.
Look at the gravel's... He's trying to get out of it, but the gravel's blocked.
That's Demergian again in the Ferrari. He's had a second spin. It's not an Audi, forgive me. It is the Demergian Ferrari facing the wrong way. And he's dropped it in the gravel. So yellows, but can that be hoiked out of the way without interrupting the session?
Well, you have to have maybe a safety car or a full course yellow.
Yeah.
That's going to need outside assistance. It ain't moving. No marshal or marshals can...
Full course yellow. It's gone full course yellow now.
There we are. On the case, aren't we? We're on the case.
So, the session continues.
But the clock continues to count down.
Indeed, that's the point, yeah. So, full course yellow.
Is that a UFO in the sky? What's that white thing? There's a yellow full course, but look, I think I saw a UFO.
Not for the first time.
There it is, look, that little white dot, look.
Just letting it hang as people form their own judgments on what on earth you're looking at, John.
little white dot just southwest of the full course yellow. There is the...
I'll get Matron for you. She'll be here any moment.
Oh, I don't mind a bit of Matron.
That's why you're seeing little white dots.
There's water, there's fluid dripping. Now, was that dripping from the recovery vehicle,
tractor, yeah.
or was that dripping from the Ferrari? I think it's from the recovery vehicle.
I think you're right. So now it's a fairly delicate operation. The last thing you need to do is give it a good old pull and rip the front off.
Well,
so all quite delicate.
There's a very stout towing mounting at the front of the Ferrari. But of course, it's the way that the gravel has been. What's he done? He's got the thing going.
Yeah, just so close to the edge of the road.
Just pulled it a couple of yards, and bingo, you're back at the races. Look at the gravel and then the rubbish on the inside of the racetrack. Look at the gravel. Oh!
Now he's got to find a gap in. The lock isn't great on this car.
No, is he going to find reverse gear as well? 3-point turn, sir. That'll do fine, sir. Someone told him what reverse gear is.
Keep going down through the paddles.
No, I think on a Ferrari there's a separate little lever.
Oh, is there?
I think so. On the road-going car, from memory, when I drove one a long time ago, there's a separate little lever because the paddles only just take you up and down the forward gears. There's no mechanism on the paddles, to my knowledge, to engage reverse.
Well, this is where Alex de Mergian has to get the owner's manual out and try and find exactly what he needs to do next. This is 17, isn't it? The Jamie Green, Stuart Leonard, Jake Dennis.
Haven't seen much of Jamie so far, have we?
No, he did do a few decent laps earlier, didn't he, in the first qualifying session to get himself into that top 20. Stuart Leonard, who of course had that good sprint race win at Zolder, a qualifying race. Jake Dennis, former Formula 3 racer, and it's him in the car, in fact, isn't it? Door shut.
They reckon in practice, they can do these driver changes in around 14, maybe more likely 15 seconds. But when it comes to a race scenario, it's never less than 20. Just the sheer tension, stress, panic. As we see the 99 BMW sitting, waiting to leave the pit lane. Who's behind the wheel of the 99? Still showing Philippe Eng. So everybody now driving around at the pace dictated by a full course yellow. Some of the gaps are slightly bigger than others, but
green flag, back in business.
Yep. So who's awake? Who's awake? Who's awake?
Alex de Mergian is awake after a scary moment.
Yeah, but think of all the gravel all the way down in Campos. Who's going to be the first car to rattle through all that lot? I wonder what he's just experienced.
Great shots we're getting as we head into night time.
I tell you, a bit of that with a nice fresh bit of French bread would be gorgeous, wouldn't it?
See the cars riding up the curb, and again a great shot of the different shapes and sizes, the different sounds as well of all the different engines. This is why GT3 racing is so good, so successful, so popular.
Yep. Ticks all the boxes. Unpredictable also, which is I think one of the other attractions. So you're not getting the kind of domination that sometimes blights motor racing, and you want to encourage people to watch because it is unpredictable, consequently more interesting. The 11 Kessel Racing Ferrari, Michael Broniszewski, Andrea Rizzola, Matteo Crezzoni, Giacomo Piccini.
Bruno Spengler here in 98 BMW. He was involved in that clash earlier with Amstutz, but now he's found himself
further action taken.
He's found himself stuck in traffic here. Tom Blomqvist watching on in the garage with all their many different screens, including the GPS tracking, all the data, all the telemetry.
The tracking system. I think that's something. If we had that on the commentary booth, we could do a mega job.
You like that because it's colourful as well.
Well, and also, it's just an additional information source, so we can identify, therefore, more clearly and more quickly where people are in relation to a lap time, for example, and what traffic may be around them.
Indeed so, yeah. 40 more minutes for them to wriggle their way through the traffic, but in all of this, even if they're not improving a time, it is useful, isn't it? Because it's giving people a feel for what it's like to lap and be lapped and race in the dark.
Oh yeah, I mean that's for the majority of the field, that's what's most important. But for those that are 21st through to 25th, they just want to go quickly.
Yeah.
So two different dynamics, depending what your objectives are. So if you're maybe at the bottom end of the 30s into the 40s and 50s, you're just looking to get mileage. Just give your drivers, get them comfortable. Get them to the point where everything they do is by second nature.
Number 6 goes through. Stéphane Richelme, Nathaniel Berton, Benoit Treluet car. Treluet has always been the star in that, but it's one that we've not really seen very much out of this season. The Audis have not been that quick over the course of a whole season, certainly not in endurance. They looked a little bit better at Paul Ricard, but certainly at Monza and Silverstone they were nowhere.
One would have to say, in terms of out-and-out performance, this has got to be the race in which they're going to be at their strongest.
Yes.
And they've come here in force.
It's an important race for Audi. It's an important race for WRT as a Belgian team. That's the classification that we have at the moment within this session. Not outright, but within, if you like, Q2.
That for Vish's time, it's within, well, basically 0.2 of a second, not 2/2 of a second of the time set in the daylight by the 90 Mercedes. So Raffaele Marcello's time being challenged by the number 2, Fred Verviche. Okay, he did it again early-ish before it got absolutely cool black dark. Number 4 makes its way around. The source looks good in white as well, doesn't it?
Yes.
And a lot of people would say it's a hairdresser colour.
Do they really?
So they say. Again, looks wobbly and bobbly coming through.
Doesn't it?
That didn't look too comfortable. And somebody's backed out of it big time.
Yes, you're right.
Something happened coming through Eau Rouge and out of the throttle mega quick, just cruising down.
So is that going to be a car that limps on or parks?
Well, don't know whether it's a problem or whether it just was a fright or... There we are.
Number 4, Adam Christodoulou at the wheel of the Mercedes. He's only got to find 97,000, so he'll be into the top 20 in the Black Falcon car, number 4. And we've got now 37 more minutes of the session to run.
So that was the 89 Mercedes that went all funny and squirrely, I think, in Eau Rouge all the way up to Radion.
Who's at the wheel of that?
It's Perfetti, Fontana, Beatty and Bastien.
Perfetti at the wheel. There's Christodoulou then. So Adam Christo behind the wheel of it. 97 thousandths gets him in, or 98 thousandths to be fair, gets him in. 97 thousandths would equal a time, so 98 to be in.
So Jake Dennis, or the 17 is into 20th, Van Thor is out of the top 20.
Now this is how we look if you take the 2 sessions together, so it's still much yellow ahead of Verviche from what we'll call Q1 for the purposes of this. 3rd is James Collado, 4th is Danny Jean-Cadea, 5th is Maxime Soulet, 6th now Mirko Bortolotti from Q2, 7th is Jordan Pepper from Q2, 8th Johnny Adam from Q1, 9th is Lucas Ordonez from Q2, and 10th is 84 Franck Pereira from the first session. So this is not the grid, because the top 20 will go into Superpole and shuffle anyway, and you never know if there are any post-session penalties to come in the form of grid drops. That's going to jumble the order a little bit more as well. But this, for the moment at least, is how they are in terms of time.
So has there been a conclusion on Bortolotti's time for going through a yellow flag zone quicker than he should have done? He's still retaining his present 6th place. There's been no notification of any penalty. Well, our man at the Pru says it's still under investigation.
More news as it comes. 35 minutes to go. Who else is looking quick? Who else ought we to be keeping an eye on? 912 is another one that is possible to get into that top 20. Mathieu Jaminet set the time from earlier, but who's at the wheel of the Porsche at the moment? It is Sven Muller, so it should be another quick car.
There is 911. This time Richard Leeds, well, showing Leeds behind the wheel, down in 38th position.
I mean, that should be faster than that.
Absolutely. Well, the 912 is up on 23rd.
Yeah, I mean, Sven Muller is 8th in this element of qualifying, so it's pushing, he's hustling on.
It's looking down. The 14 Jaguar, 11th. The 114 Hershey, down in 35th. Bit of inconsistency.
Absolutely. So Jonathan Hershey did that time in the earlier session, a couple of seconds or so slower in this.
Yeah. Well, we've now got our tracker, and it's like a line of ants. How many cars would you reckon there's on the racetrack now? Got to be at least 30. At least 30. And they're coming to us. They've all come to a standstill. Then they're beginning to move again.
Well, it's
is it just catching up with itself?
Kind of. Yes. It's not.
There's just so many.
It's not done in real time.
No,
so they're not actually moving
as
the car moves.
So there's 911, which currently is down in 38th. Richard Leeds.
What it does highlight, our little tracking screen, is where all the great clumps of cars are.
Yeah, and they're
it's
all
pretty much 2/3 of the lap in a line.
They're all in sector 2. I mean, it's a real logjam. So it's Robert Renauer in 911 at the minute.
Yeah. It's quite a long way down, even in this session. That's a car that's got more work to do.
Yeah. Good entry, good exit out of Eau Rouge. Don't know whether it was quick or not, but it certainly got all the apexes, and there was a clean exit. So
yeah, Robert Renauer is only 24th fastest, so he's got to find a big chunk of time.
Well, the car is overall 38th.
912, which is Sven Muller that I was getting excited about earlier on, has stopped out on track somewhere. We know the Bentley has stopped in the first sector, but so too, by the look of it, as 912.
Well,
Patrick
we've not seen it anywhere. It hasn't been flagged up as...
But it's highlighted in yellow, and it's not moving on our timing screen. Yeah, so that's another one that stops.
Sort of up the Kemmel
That's
straight.
the answer. It has parked up at Les Combes.
Yeah.
So 912, Sven Muller was at the wheel, wasn't he? Yes. And that's mechanical by the look of it. So 912 is stationary. Big shame, because that's going to take that car out of a possible Super Pole involvement. Right, there you've got number 488, which is the Renault Mastronardi, Patrick Van Glavecke, Pierre-Eric Gabriele Lancieri, Ferrari. Patrick Van Glavecke at the wheel of it, who is a regular in the Gentleman Driver Sports Club, the GT Sports Club events.
Is he doing that this weekend as well?
Yes, he's a regular here because he runs Curbstone, that's a track day company, and he's always wanted to do the Spa 24 Hours. So here he is. Big step up from the GT Sports Club into the 24 Hours.
It certainly is.
Gabriele Lancieri, that he shares the car with, has been around for a long time in GT racing.
The Gentleman Sports Club doesn't do any nighttime racing.
Say again?
They don't do any nighttime racing, Gentlemen's.
No.
So, you know, if you've not raced at nighttime, I mean, it's a pretty...
It's a daunting experience,
yeah,
isn't it?
It certainly is. I mean, this is not an easy event to... And particularly if you get a long, dark night interspersed with, you know, potentially rain showers, storms, biblical floods.
Well, Van Glavecke is up for the challenge. His road car has the registration plate 1 Maniac, which bodes well, doesn't it? Christopher Haas at the wheel of 25, ready to blast back out for Santalok. Last week he was with Land, different week, different team, but same type of car. He's another of these people that's a turnkey Audi racer. Plug him in, like a USB stick, plug and play.
Yeah, currently in 19th. So they have no reason to feel that they're in a comfortable. Team manager of car 63 and 911 to race director immediately.
They were investigated, weren't they, for the improving times under the yellows.
So they've now decided better get him in.
Yeah, well, that means that Bortolotti might be dropping out of Superpole.
Well,
potentially.
Bortolotti needs to know, or the Grasser racing team need to know, before the clocks, finally counts down to 0. They've got 29 minutes to go have their investigation, determine if they need to go back out again and do it all over again, or they are going to be given a bye and their 6th place will stand as the time they have completed.
I mean, there are different ways of doing this. It could be that you lose your lap time, or it could be that you're allowed into Superpole but then given a grid drop. It depends what the stewards choose to do, doesn't it? If
they choose to do anything,
is valid, yeah. So with 29 minutes to go until the end of the session, we have the cars still headed by Mercedes. Well, we were in a similar situation, weren't we, last year? At the end of Superpole, it was Mercedes that was topping the times, only for scrutineering post-Superpole to unearth all sorts of excitement. So we had the grid changing, half an hour before the cars came onto the circuit with stop-go penalties, 5-minute penalties, losing times, the whole gamut because of the
interpretation,
thank you, good word, of the homologation of the ECU that was found by Claude Sermon, who earned his corn by discovering all of that. What tipped him off, I'll never know, but he smelt a rat, and if you smell a rat, there's normally a rat, and he found
Usually.
a whopper.
Yeah, he did indeed. I mean, that was a bit corporate, really, so a bit embarrassing indeed. So 84, Jimmy Eriksson, and he's into the pit lane, so don't know how many laps he did in this run. We just picked him up on the lap in which he was coming in. As we look at the Bentley team, they've got only the number 8 car, so it's going to be a change of driver.
Yeah. And now that you're doing this, I still feel we're getting into that final push for qualifying. Martin Haven, who we're delighted to have joining us in commentary this weekend, watching at home, is reckoning this is the perfect time to go for a lap time. Hashtag let's do this. I'm with you, Martin. So who's your money on for pole? Are we going to be able to get below a 2:18.5?
Who is going to go and do it?
And why? Because it's tomorrow in Superpole that really counts.
The only ones that are going to do it are the ones that are currently outside of the top 20 and those that are at the bottom half of the top 20. I don't see any reason for anybody in the top 10 to worry about their position being challenged.
But there's pride at stake, there's manufacturer headlines.
No. If you're safe in the top 20, i.e. you're safe in the top 10, you've done what you've got to do. Pride will come tomorrow when it comes to the grid positions.
Dries Van Tor is one that could go for it. Jelmer Berman is another.
Yeah.
Dominic Baumann is another. You're right, these are all outside the top 20.
Yeah.
Davide Rigon.
But the people that are those that are going to be most likely affected will be those that are in the bottom of the top 20, not those in the top of the top 20.
Okay.
That's my view anyway.
So René Rast, as an example, 17th. Stephen Kane's Bentley 16th, can't
they're
play
all
anymore.
vulnerable.
They are. So do they not need to go quicker to be less vulnerable?
No, they do, but I've been saying all the way through, I don't think anybody in the top 6 or even now the top 10 with 26 minutes to go should feel their position is going to be challenged.
Go back to Rast as an example. He's 17th, he's vulnerable. If that car finds 2/10, it'll be 7-8 places extra up the order, be even safer. So is it worth pushing? We'll find out.
Yeah, for people who are in the bottom half of the top 10, they've got to be on their toes, absolutely. But not somebody who's in the top 6, because there aren't enough people outside the top 20 in the first place to depose the first 6 cars. If you depose the first 6 cars, you've taken out the remaining 14 anyway.
Yeah. So let's see. I mean, Jamie Green, 20th. That car's got Jake Dennett at the wheel of it. That's another one that is oh so vulnerable. And factor in as well the Bortolotti element of all of this.
Well, the Bortolotti thing obviously is going to be crucial, because either they'll be penalised one way or another, or they'll not be penalised. If they're not penalised, in 6th place, happy days.
Yeah, indeed.
They've done what they needed to do. They're comfortably inside the top 10. Don't need to do anything else. Unless you want to run, again, you might want to run a set of discs and pads or I don't know what else they might want to do. You don't necessarily need to do in the 63 car, because you've got 3 professional drivers who are accustomed to nighttime driving. You don't need to do additional running unless there are things specifically that you want to check out. But the top 6 car, they're not going to look to improve their times.
John Venter, the Australian, at the wheel of number 3. Debuted here a couple of years back, didn't he, in the Aston Martin in Pro-Am. Has become a regular in European racing this year as he tries to carve a niche for himself away from Australian or GT Asia racing.
GT racing out in that Southeast Asia and Australia and New Zealand is particularly strong. Another driver I'm looking to see in the AM in a Ferrari. Where is Liam Talbot?
He's not doing it this year, I don't believe.
I thought he was. Maybe I'm just. I think maybe he's now decided to focus exclusively on, because he's leading the GT Championship, I believe, in Australia. He's in a Porsche, so maybe that's the reason why we're not seeing him here this weekend. What I might call the factory, the Kuss team back out, 117 Porsche back out on track, and they are vulnerable. They're in 18th position. This is the time to go out. If they can do something better to consolidate, get yourself into the top 10, now's the time to think about doing it. It's those people that are in the bottom 15th to 20 that are really the ones that need to be aware. 23 minutes of the session to go, and still a lot of action on the track. And again, it always seems that it's the middle sector that everything just log jams in. You've got a little bit of space between the exit of Pujol and Fagnes, but everywhere else, all the way through Campos, through Paul Frere Courbe, all the way up into Blanchimont, then the chicane, the bus-stop chicane. Pockets of action.
So this is your golden chance now, with 23 minutes and counting, to break into, if you can, that top 20. And then, of course, you'll be on track tomorrow evening, all being well, for that Super Pole.
Michael Christian, I was going to say, hope you've got a good set of eyes on you, and clearly
got away with that, didn't he?
Well, he got away with it. And what did he do? Was that a little bit late on the brakes, or is there an issue? He's backed out of it. Maybe.
Just going back to Super Pole, 7:30 tomorrow. So
that'll be daylight.
It will be daylight. Whether it'll be wet or dry, we'll wait and see. 7 has been returned to the team in the pits.
They've done well to get that back.
Yeah, that's a recovery
That's probably
vehicle.
had to go via Liège.
Yeah. Round the back of the motorhomes, in through the tunnel, into the paddock.
Well done, everybody, to get the car back as quickly as that. So they've got 21 minutes to see whether they can plug the diagnostic in, find what the problem is, rectify it, get it back out on track. And number 7 is 16th, so they would need, if they had to,
need to be able to respond.
Yeah, absolutely, respond is what they need to do.
So into the garage, 23rd in this session, that's what the Lumi rank is telling you.
I suspect the Bentley engineers have a fairly good idea, because the bonnet's not coming up.
No.
So it might have been as simply as something as like a reset, or something mega serious, because the bonnet's not coming up. But
if it were a reset, you kind of expect Guy Smith would have tried to do that.
Well, the team will talk to the driver and ask him to go through a series of resets. The bonnet is yet to be lifted, so clearly it's not something that would indicate a mechanical. It just stopped, like somebody turned the switch on.
So that car returned to the pit lane. 912, as far as we know, is still stranded out on the circuit. 20 minutes remain before you get this half an hour of Super Pole tomorrow. they go out in reverse order, just looking ahead to Super Pole. So if you're 20th, you go first. If you're fastest tonight, you go out last of all. And you
What's the weather for tomorrow evening?
Haven't looked yet.
I've got a forecast.
No. You do an out lap 2 timed and 1 in lap, and it's your better lap time that sorts out your grid position within that top 20. Jack Driver in the Kessel Racing Ferrari in the AM Cup. This is the car shared with Marco Zanettini, David Perel and Nicky Kadai, and is fastest in the 2 sessions combined within the AM Cup.
Again, just realizing that it's better to be prudent and be consistent. Let everybody find their way around you. You've got 3 cars that are all, well, one's got clear, the other 2 are now about to, so stay wide and let them go.
Another point about number 7 Bentley is that Ollie Jarvis has not yet done his night laps. So ideally they do have to get that out on track and pronto, so he's got his 2 laps in before the flag comes out, and you can go cap in hand to the stewards and ask for a reprieve if you don't.
Well, I think Ollie's endurance racing record is beyond hesitation or question.
I would concur with that, yes.
So it would
to the letter of the law.
It'd be very, yes, but I think that you know, it's a force majeure situation.
Indeed.
It's not done to gain any advantage, so I can't see how anybody would object. But you know, again, when Oliver gets to get into the car at night time, whatever point of the night it is, he will be going out driving without the benefit of having driven the car here this evening. That's assuming they can't get the car to run.
The other teams, of course, with work to do, RJN with the Nissan and the Good Smile Racing. There's not much smiling going on after the big impact for 0-0. 55 Ferrari, James Colado's car.
It's work is done, I would say, as is the 50. They're all... Well, did the 50 ever go out this evening? We saw it being worked upon, but did it ever actually go out in the end?
Should have done to do the night laps.
Yeah, well, yes, it should have done. But we never... There it is, about to go out now.
It has got a time against it, so it has gone out, yes.
Gone out.
It did a 2:21 as its best lap time. And if you give me a second, I'll try and work out where that puts it. Quite a long way down. It's 34th in this session.
Yeah.
Michele Rugolo having last driven it.
And Passon Lathoris, I'm assuming that he's also completed his nighttime driving duties.
Experienced racer these days, isn't he, Passon?
Yes.
Getting faster and faster all the time.
But he's got 2 pro drivers, so if they've been focusing principally on getting into the top 20. So hopefully Passon Lathoris has done his mandatory nighttime driving and can go to bed fairly content and happy that the team is running, I would say, pretty well. Christian Klein
in 1:14, 40th in this session.
Strange the difference in performance with the 2 cars.
Yeah.
Ostensibly identical cars. 114's got a strong driver lineup as well.
But it's good that the decision was taken to finish the second car and run it, because you're learning more with 2, you're bringing back more data, it ultimately helps the development.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, you get 6 drivers giving you a point of view. Sounds great, that Rorty Jaguar 4-litre V8.
Yeah, 14 is 11, so that gets into Super Pole. You can nominate, of course, which driver you want to do that session. So it doesn't have to be the driver that sets the time in this. It can be somebody completely different. If you so desire, the teams nominate a Super Pole candidate.
Such sweet thunder. Now, Such Sweet Thunder is the name of a wonderful jazz album, and I believe it's Duke Ellington. Anybody who's interested in that kind of music, Such Sweet Thunder, get it in vinyl.
Shall I Google?
You can still get it. Such sweet thunder. So across the line, and 2 minutes 22.3. As we have a little replay, what's happening up at Les Combes. Oh, a spin on the entry into it. I can't quite see. It looks one of the IDs. Could it be? It's hard to just call that number from the camera angle, but certainly one ID up at Les Combes. Down the long Kemmel Straight. Not a car in sight ahead of him, car following. Track still pretty busy. There's still a number of cars out on track. One of them was just looking at is the 98 BMW, which has yet, where is the 98 BMW? In terms, the 99 is 12th. The 98 is 42nd. Nicky Katzberg, or Nicky Katzberg is one of the two drivers. So that is a surprise. Tom Blomqvist and Bruno Spengler. 42nd.
It's going to be a fascinating grid, and it's going to make
Phil
the
Keane.
start of the race very lively.
Phil Keane in the Barwell Lamborghini is 43rd.
But from what Mark Lemmer was saying to me earlier on in the day, not really a concern. They know what they can do. They've had good results around here.
Yeah.
The car goes well around here, and they are looking towards Sunday afternoon.
Correct.
Not now, necessarily. Run at their pace, keep out of trouble, do the lap times, look after the rubber, get on with it. And they're looking for 3 Pro-Am wins in this year's Endurance Cup back-to-back, and it's proved to be one of the top teams in Pro-Am, hasn't it?
They've done a sterling job, but in 43rd position, they've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, but 14 Pro-Am cars ahead of them. So
it's going to be tough.
It's going to be a long day.
Now, WRT remains a favoured team here, but with number 5, WRT outside the top 20, Vincent Voss might have an answer to why it's not gone out again.
Vincent, now you have a smile on your face, but I've got a little question for you. Why are you not sending number 5 out for the Super Bowl?
Well, we have already 3 cars at the moment in the top 20. We are running out of tires for car 5, otherwise we'd be out.
Is that the only reason? Is that the only reason?
Yeah, that's the only reason. I mean, it's no game to play. I mean, you know, it's a long race, and we know we have all the information we need.
And car 2 is currently second. That's pretty strong.
Yeah, I mean, it's a crazy grid. I mean, when you see to have 20 cars in 4 tenths, it's something incredible. I mean, SRO can be very proud of that.
It's absolutely incredible. You have such a lineup of Audis here. Which one's your favorite?
I have no favorite.
Good luck. Thank you.
As long as it's a win, Vincent does not mind.
Absolutely right. And he just wants an Audi to come across the line on Sunday in first position. And it could be number 5, or it could be any number of the remaining Audis. But, and in reality, I mean, starting currently as the number 5 Audi is in 21st, not ideal, but it's a lot better than being 31st, 41st, 51st, or 61st. You just, if you can get away with the top 20 cars and make that break and not get mired down, you in the middle 40s trying to get through a number of the Pro-Am cars, maybe 1 or 2 of the quicker AMs, but mostly it'll be Pro-Ams. You lose so much in that opening hour. If it is a tight race all the way through, it's very difficult to make up the last time.
I'll read this bit verbatim to you from Martin Haven. Such Sweet Thunder, Duke Ellington, 1957, album based on the works of William Shakespeare.
I mean, it's a great album. Thank you, Martin. I'm glad you listened to it. I hope you listened to it in vinyl.
I'll wait for the response now.
The only way to listen to music of that era.
Is there an iVinyl that you can plug into a computer?
If you want to be a heathen, probably there is.
I thought that might simulate a response.
Streaming does not do music of that era any favours. Convenient.
Yeah.
But that's its biggest asset.
Let's steer back to the plot. Patrick Kujala you're looking at, or number 77 at least, the Kujala car, going strongly. Paul Ricard, as we watched Pro-Am, we had noises off from one T. Liddell, didn't we, whose brother Chris is the commercial director of Barwell.
Yep.
And I suspect that Tiff will be watching as well over the course of the
I'm
weekend.
surprised he hasn't been tweeting.
I did see him a couple of weeks ago, and he said how much he'd enjoyed it, or being part of it from afar.
Yeah, well, I saw him at Goodwood, and he denied all knowledge of tweeting.
Yeah,
I said, that's what happens when you get the third bottle of Chardonnay.
Oh, he cut back, Abby. Up to the timing line comes 77. 29th overall this car is, again from the Barwell fleet. And with 9 more minutes on the clock, it's been a weird hour and a half or so. It's never kicked off at all. No,
it's not. And I don't know whether those two incidents...
I was about to ask that question. Did teams look at it and think, do you know what, let's be cautious here?
Well, there could be an element of that. I mean, two incidents. Certainly one would appear to have been a driver error. The Nissan one, we have to wait and find out from the team what caused what was a very, very rapid deflation of the left front tyre.
Now, Jelmer Berman is 22nd. He's got 8 minutes to go. Can number 4 Mercedes get into the top 20? And let's find out from the Dutchman.
Jelmer, now you've had the pace all year. Is there anything you can do in these last 9 minutes to get in that Super Pole?
Unfortunately not. I wish there was, but yeah, we used all our new tires. We struggled a bit in the first free practice, and yeah, then we improved a lot. The team did a great job. Really made the whole balance the car a lot better. But unfortunately, we're just missing this this 10th, I think, for Super Pole, and we're not going to get it now. So it's a shame, but it's a long race.
Do you think Super Pole is necessarily important in a 24-hour race?
I mean, in the end here, always so many things happen. For sure, you want to be, the best would be in the top 10 or even top 5 for the start. But for sure, you'll lose some time starting from P20, 22. But like I said, it's a long race with mixing weather conditions by the looks of it. So anything's still possible. So for sure, we haven't given up hope yet. But it would have been nicer to be somewhere in the top 10 or top 5.
And will you be starting the race?
Sorry?
Will you be starting the race?
That hasn't been decided yet.
Ooh, we'll see. Thank you.
They've got plenty of time to decide that, haven't they, when they know who's around them on the grid, and they can work out a strategy of who they want in the car and when. Bear in mind as well that you score points in this race at the 12-hour mark, the 18-hour mark, and of course at the end. So it's a big points haul.
Oh, yeah.
So for the championship, you want the right driver in to get the car into a good place at a good time.
But it's interesting that Jelmer Berman illustrated the issue they've got by saying we've effectively run out of fresh rubber. And I know, because Adam Christodoulou told me that in the free practice session we had earlier, they did run new rubber, and the time was a disappointing time. So what Berman was referring to about the team working and actually getting the car to be in a more competitive position at the point when they would like to have had that set of tires that they used in the first session today, earlier in the afternoon, they'd already used it up, so they weren't in a position to respond. And there's no hesitation or question. The further forward you are, the less likelihood you have in the opening laps of getting into somebody else's issue, or an issue where you are just carried along on the crest of the shunt.
We have seen in the past, haven't we, people that are towards the very back, starting from the pit lane behind all the dramas, saving a lap of fuel as well on that opening stint in so doing. But we'll see how it all pans out. We've got to get through Super Pole yet. We've got to see if any penalties fly. Bortolotti has not lost 6th in the classification, and we've had no more news about it. See if I've had any more stewards' bulletins emailed across, but I don't think we have for the moment. So we'll wait and see what the officials do post-session.
So 188 down in 59th place. I'll be on board with it right now. So This is Bradley Ellis, we believe, that's behind the wheel. So it is an AM car. And I know that not Chris Harris, but Chris Goodwin will be disappointed because he's so deeply embedded within the McLaren business, the road car business. If anybody knows these cars, it's Chris Goodwin. So they would like to have had a better starting position, if for no other reason. They would have liked to have been challenging the lead AM car. That's the 888 Kessel Racing Ferrari, which is currently in 47th position. So 12 positions between the lead AM and the 188 McLaren. Which actually, at the end of the day, when everything washes out, is not undoable.
No, I agree. I mean, 12 places, it's one car being forced wide at La Source on the first lap. You could gain all that back. Marcus Paltner has tweeted about his session. We park the car and eat a waffle. So, job done for Marcus Paltner.
With the flames coming out from the McLaren exhaust, goes twin turbo, and that's a little bit of wasted fuel that gets into the system, and it's just burning it off. But it certainly burns lean and hot.
Oh, it does, doesn't it?
Those platinum, what do you call them, heat exchangers.
Suppose you get to the end of this and you're, for the sake of argument, 35th, and you've done what you need to do, no dramas with the car, you've scrubbed all your tyres, you've cycled all your drivers through. Do you bother doing the warm-up tomorrow? Do you gain anything by that?
I think because the team will have worked on the car, they will have maybe changed significant components on the car. If there's an opportunity to run, I think you need to run. And there's also an opportunity for one or maybe two of the drivers just to regain what's the car like now. Because when we go into qualifying or the top 10 shootout, that's after the warm-up, which is sort of the wrong way around. As I read it on our schedule, I've had so many schedules through, I'm not sure whether it's which one is the most current. But anyway, the warm-up is there for teams to ensure that the work that's been carried out overnight, there's no finger trouble, there's no silly little issues. You would hate to enter a race and one little problem could take you, or certainly harm your position, your chances of success.
So 2.5 minutes to go, and as we keep saying, a session that has been functional but not a thriller. All the drama came in the daytime qualifying, and even the thought of people going out in these last 20 minutes or so and going to set a time to get into the top 20. And Jelmer Berman made a valid point. If you've used all your good tyres, you're not going to have a real hope.
No, I mean, just
it is what it is.
You've used the tyres. That's the point where you go pragmatic. Put the car in the garage. Let the team, the engineers, start. And some of them will work through the night. Those that haven't got a large jobs list might feel that there's sufficient time if they let their guys go back. And that's what's coming up to midnight now in Belgium. If they let them go back home to their hotels, get maybe 6 hours sleep, which is a luxury, get back in 7:30, 8 o'clock in the morning, and then fresh, get stuck in, do your race prep. There is, what is that being rebuilt?
That's the Nissan, isn't it? That's 22 being cannibalised, or another Nissan being cannibalised for parts for 22. That's the Nissan garage,
That's the Nissan garage. Now, is that a rolling chassis that they've brought with them? I mean, those guys are going to be working absolutely flat out through the night.
I mean, they need a warm-up session to make sure the car is au point.
Well, first of all, to make sure the car points in a straight line.
Exactly.
So are they taking everything off? It's so difficult to see because so many of the body parts in these cars are to tell. That's the car that was. Let's have a look at the front of it. Ooh.
That's the damaged car, isn't it?
Ooh. Well, you need to have a really good look at it because the chassis legs and the deformable structures that are one much the same thing in these front engine GT cars. we've seen on the Bentley when they've had a heavy impact that they have been damaged. So that's just meant the car was unusable. And I don't know whether the Nissan has got the same principle, but I suspect it follows because it's part of the homologation now of road cars that they have to have these kind of deformable structures built into the chassis legs that just mount the engine off and other ancillaries.
I think Bob Neville has just sent out for 100 pizzas because his guys have got a long night ahead of them working on that.
Well, don't get ham and cheese or whatever it is, or pineapple, please.
Flag out, checkered flag is shown, session is an end, and we'll have the highlights. We'll look at the times in a moment as everybody cycles through up to the very end to take the checkered flag. So the top time set hours ago, it feels like, for Raffaele Marciello in the daylight, 2:18.562. But it has been a significant evening in as much as we have the times, we know who's going to go to Superpole, and two stories, both, I'm afraid, in terms of damage. Kamui Kobayashi's Mercedes after his heroics at Le Mans, I'm afraid not heroics at Spa, but also Matt Parry with that mysterious off, whether it was a puncture or a breakage. But either way, it has given the RJN team a very long night ahead as they have to try and put that car back together again. Tomorrow, here at Spa, there's a very, very busy day, not only of Superpole and the warm-up for the GT cars, but also a whole programme of racing as well, because there is the Formula 3 European Championship here this weekend. There's the French Peugeot 308 Championship. There's the Blancpain GT Sports Club and the Lamborghini Super Trofeo. So it's an absolute feast for the fans. There's never a dull moment all the way through tomorrow, and of course also through Saturday in the build-up to the total 24 hours that starts at 4:30 local time. And how the grid for that will be formed, we will know
Here's a
by
question.
8 o'clock tomorrow night. Yes, John?
What, starting a race at 4:30 in the afternoon, finishing 24 hours later, where did the 4:30 come from, or was that just the history and tradition?
I have a feeling it moved that way one year, either for the timetable or also to fit in with live TV and avoid a Grand Prix. And having got to a 4:30 slot, so a broadcaster could show the Grand Prix and then come to Spa, it kind of stayed.
Okay, that's interesting.
Le Mans moved around a bit, didn't it? Some years to avoid World Cup finals, or there was an election year and things.
But sort of, it's obviously, if there's another major motorsporting event on the same day, you do want to have your audience, being divided between the two.
But yeah, certainly one year it was to avoid a Grand Prix, and having moved to 4:30, it kind of fitted into broadcast schedules.
Jerome Blekenbuller just having a little chat. So everybody makes their way into the pit lane. Oh, thank you. And it has been, as you pointed out, sort of a slightly, not to say disappointing, but hasn't fulfilled maybe the expectation that we had hoped for. We thought we were going to see some stunning laps.
It's been a bit like having a glass of alcohol-free beer.
Wouldn't know what that's like.
Well, it's not what it should be. Under part fair-make conditions is the Maxime Soulet Bentley, hence the sign on top of it, so that nobody goes and does the wrong thing. Just a recap of the times then, they've not changed a huge amount, but the significant thing in all of this, look, number 63 Lamborghini and the number 9 Bentley, they were the two big movers in that second session, but it means that Raffaele Marciello, we heard from him at the end of, if you like, Q1, remains the fastest going into Superpole, ahead of Conor De Filippi and then James Collado, Felix Sorales and Danny Juncadeo with Tristan Vautier fourth. Good effort from them, ahead of Maxime Soulet, then Mirko Bortolotti from Jordan Pepper, Johnny Adam 8th, heading Pro-Am by a country kilometre, 9th Alex Buncombe, and 10th the Ericsson Buch Pereira Mercedes, ahead of the quicker of the two Jaguars and then the quicker of the two Rover BMWs, 12th fastest the Eng Martin Alexander Sims car, the winners of course of last year's race. Keep scrolling down, you get to number 50 Ferrari 13th, ahead of the first of the ISR Audis, indeed they're 14th and 15th. Bentley 7 stopped on track, that's 16th. And then to round out the 20 for Superpole is the British Audi, as it were, of Stuart Leonard, Jake Dennis and Jamie Green at WRT. Just missing the cut, Dries Van Thorp. Then you've got also missing the cut, the Christodoulou, Berman, Stoltz, Mercedes, and keep on going. Matthew Jaminet and Sven Muller, Park Trackside, they missed out, as also did the 59 McLaren. That, of course, got bumped. It was in, at the end of Q1, but fell away as Andrew Watson rather feared. And again, it means that the McLarens, thus far, aren't really at the races. They're outside the top 20. Spa 24 Hours has never really been a very kind event to McLaren, whether it's this incarnation of car or the MP412C before it. And it looks as though, again, it's going to be a tricky 24 hours for them. Down 35th, the second of the Emile Frey Racing Jaguars. And number 58, McLaren, 33rd, Ben Barnicoat, having had problems with that, with what we thought was a hydraulic leak earlier on in the first part of qualifying. 48, the Ombra Racing Lamborghini. Now you're into a real mix of Pro-Am and AMs as you go lower down the times, which includes also, of course, the battered 0-0 Mercedes after its hefty impact into the barriers, with Kamui Kobayashi going off the road at the end of that first element of qualifying. And still they come, because 63 cars we have in the entry for this weekend. A long way down is the 48 Mercedes, the Indy Doncia, Patrick Assenheimer and Kenneth Hayekart, and even 15 with Jeroen Bleekemolen. I suspect doing very few laps, actually, and giving the track time to his less experienced co-drivers. That too, quite a long way down in terms of its classification, even though the times, of course, are very evenly matched indeed. So that is how the times look, and let's just have a quick look at some of the best bits of qualifying at the end of this big chunk of track time during the course of the evening. So, of course, the second session taking place in the darkness, with the cars making their way down the pit lane, the relevant driver getting on board, everybody having to do laps, and drama we never really got to the bottom of for the 52 Ferrari, the Matt Griffin car, being pushed back into place on its stand as everybody then made their way out on track. Some, in fact, going out early looking for a time, others going out a little bit later, taking a rather more relaxed attitude to this session, but it wasn't relaxed at all at RJN after Matt Parry suffered this big off, and from every angle it looks and was a big impact. Matt Parry, we understand, is okay, but it has left RJN as a team with a lot of work to do overnight. And fingers crossed we are going to see that car in the warm-up tomorrow when they make sure it's absolutely 100% ready to go into the 24 hours of Spa. Everybody trying to push on early on new tyres to get into the top 20, at the end of which it was Raffaele Marciello's top time that was still good enough to hang on, but the circuit was so busy. Alex de Mergian had a couple of dramas. One was at Les Combes when he rotated. He had another one a bit later on in the session down at Campus, rotated, and that brought out a full course yellow for a time as the 7 Bentley was pushed out of harm's way. Lucas Ordóñez, Alex Buncombe, Ketsu Masachio cycled through 23 Nissan. That was de Mergian off the road. Yellow flags flew, full course yellow to neutralise the session, and he was able, de Mergian, to get himself back into the right direction and restart the session. 17, which was the Brits in the Audi, cycle through the drivers, especially as the full course yellow was there. You weren't losing too much time within the session. McLaren's dotted about the order as 961 eventually rejoined, and Alex de Mergian made his way back into the session. That car in the end ending up outside the top 60. As the light faded, visibility was less and less. You were reliant entirely on your headlights and measuring your pace against the tail lights of those ahead. Adjustments were being made in the AF Corsa pit. 7, having stopped on track, was retrieved and brought into the pit lane, whereas Mirko Bortolotti got himself up to 6th at the very end of the session. So that is the end of qualifying for today. Super Pole will start at 7:30 local time tomorrow from John Watson and David Addison. Good night. We'll see you then.